Well, welcome back, everybody. Day 2, Wantage Road, Northamptonshire versus Nottinghamshire. Plenty of cricket left to play in this game as we got a biblical rainstorm yesterday lunchtime, which called time at 3 o'clock. The weather forecast for the next 3 days look dry. Take that information as you wish. Not out batters for Northants are Ricardo Vasconcelos and Saif Saib on 37 and 22 respectively. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by my co-commentator Sam Keir again today. Sam, welcome back. How are you?
Morning, Dan. Yeah, very well, thanks. We kind of didn't really expect that yesterday. We signed off for lunch thinking we were in for a full afternoon of cricket after a really exciting and gripping first session on day 1, and then we were rudely interrupted. I have not seen rain like that for some time, and it was very odd because there was one black cloud that just hung over the county ground for a good hour and a half, and by the end of its well, after it had dumped its load, the outfield looked like a swimming pool, didn't it? It was
Yeah, I think backstroke would have been more appropriate than any strokes through the offside.
Very nice.
One for the dads. Dane Patterson will open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end for Nottinghamshire. Saif Saib will face up and tackle the first ball of day 2. And I think what made it even stranger, Sam, is when we got back to the Premier Inn, it hadn't even rained.
Yeah, sunny, no water on the ground.
Here we go. Down the leg side. First up, nothing to worry about. Still a little bit of movement there for the not seamer.
Yeah, we were really unlucky actually, because like you say, 2 miles down the road there was nothing, and it was just this one cloud. But we had hail. It was torrential. But as ever, huge credit to Craig Harvey and his grounds team here at Wantage Road, because they have done a great job in mopping up. I didn't feel confident we'd be starting on time.
Shape. Again, Saif Saib tucks that one off his pads down to fine leg and picks up his first run of the day.
Sorry, go on, Dan.
You're exactly right. I think Craig and his team have done an incredible job. I dread to think what time they were either here this morning or at the point here when it stopped raining yesterday afternoon to get it all tidied up. But as you said, there were... I think you'd be fair to describe them as lakes rather than puddles on the outfield, particularly at the end of that rain shower. So, yeah, fair play to those guys. They've done an incredible job. Vasconcelos, his first ball of the day, and is beaten by Dane Patterson through to wicketkeeper Joe Clark. I think I've seen Brett Hutton having a little stretch and a loosener at first slip there, so I reckon he might be taking the second over of the day from the David Caperland.
That was generous of Saif Saib there to go and do a bit of gardening for his partner at the other end. He'd spotted something just back of a length, which he obviously decided could cause some trouble if it was hit. Looks like there's a bit of zip in the pitch. Had a bit of a freshener with that rain.
Yep, absolutely. Still almost brand new, isn't it, really, from the little kind of cricket that we had yesterday on it. This ball's still only 30 overs old, obviously.
I think that's what you want to see in a cricket match. You don't mind the ball sort of carrying quickly through. What you don't want to see is variable bounce and sluggish play. I think this looks like a really good cricket wicket. Bowl it in the right areas as a bowler, and you know you're in the game with lift and bounce, but equally you get value for
shot. Shot by Vasconcelos, picks up his first run of the day, nicely into the offside.
Yeah, as a batter, you get you can play the ball on its merits.
Yeah.
If it's too full, then it can be driven without sort of being too worried about it misbehaving. And equally, if someone drops short, then you can play across the line. You can leave on length, that kind of stuff. So looks like a really good wicket. So not to inflate Craig's ego too much, but he's had so much of a job cleaning up that you almost forget about the wicket that he's prepared as well, him and his team.
And runs again from Saif. Just another one who keeps the strike. End of the first over, 3 runs off it. 89 for 2. The score, this stream powered by Daffabet. So thanks to the team there for making this production possible.
Yeah, that's a graphic and a half.
It is. I like it. Snazzy. And as always, get in contact with us with any questions on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or on email nccccstream. Is that right?
No,
stream at ncc.co.uk.
No,
it's on the screen.
That's not right either. 3 C's.
Oh, it's on the screen, Sam. It's
Stream at nccc.co.uk.
That'll do it. That'll do it. And I can say that we're going to get joined by David Willey after lunch today. So if you've got any David Willey related questions that you'd like to fire in, send them over, and Sam and I will do our best to put them to the new Northants T20 captain, Brett Hutton, then to Saif Zaib.
Yeah, what a great opportunity to speak to David this afternoon, and well, what a great opportunity for everyone watching to put anything they might have to the great man. You know, not many more experienced international or white ball players, both in international and franchise cricket, but back where he belongs at Wantage Road, and a chance to speak to the man direct later on.
Full, very full from Brett Hutton. A little bit of shape back into the left-handed Saif Zaib as well, which should be good and promising signs for the Notts bowlers to still see that there's plenty of lateral movement available to them. That ball that Sam Whiteman got from Dane Paston yesterday was an absolute snorter. Best ball of the day by a distance, and I don't think it would have mattered what score you're on. I think you'd have done well to have kept that one out. And half appeal, but not much going for it. I think that's probably missing another stump.
Yeah, that was an absolute beauty, and a man who had played beautifully for 130 not out down at Taunton. It's the kind of delivery he needs to get him out. So yeah, no surprises that Patterson and Hutton are opening the bowling this morning for Nottinghamshire. They were definitely the pick of the seamers yesterday.
Full uses his feet and well fielded in the cover. No run. Very busy, isn't he? Safe. We've spent a bit of time with him in the commentary box. You can kind of feel the energy like coming off him, even whilst he sat still commentating on the game. Like he kind of feels like he wants to be involved the whole time, and I think that kind of comes across in his batting, isn't it, with the way that he's been able to rotate the strike so far in this innings.
Yeah, and that's his sort of white ball pedigree, isn't it? Always looking for.
And well fielded. Is that Ben Duckett, I think, with a fingertip save just to push it round the post?
Yeah, always looking for scoring opportunities, which is great to see. Actually, someone who every ball is not just looking to survive, but score, and that doesn't necessarily mean big shots, but picking up ones and twos here and there.
Full again, and driven back to mid-off this time. End of the over. Maiden to start the day for Brett Hutton.
But yes, that's busyness and looking to score almost cost Ricardo Vasconcelos' wicket in the last over before lunch yesterday, didn't it? Whereas I think Ricardo had decided that was his job done for the morning, and Saif had other ideas, and frankly he should have been run out, Ricardo Vasconcelos. All 3 stumps to aim at, and I can't remember who the fielder was, but was it? I
think it was Patterson White.
Yeah. And it almost happened again later in the over, with Hamid coming in from the ring, and also nearly running Vasconcelos out for a second time. But anyway, he survived. He had a few lives yesterday on his way to his overnight score. He was dropped on 11, dropped on 20, and then those missed run-outs on 39. But that is the life of an opening batter. Got to ride your luck.
Played and missed this time. I think Yeah, and I mean, you'd say the drop on 11 for certain by, it was Brett Hutton, wasn't it, at first slip, I think, was about as regulation as you could possibly wish to see. I think you'd put money on Joe Clark taking the one down the leg side 9 times out of 10 as well. To be completely honest with you, neither of them were particularly difficult catches. But I think it would be fair to say that Ricardo found that yesterday morning pretty difficult going. I mean, the strike rate down at 33, and he's beaten again by Patterson there, who seems to have this ball on an absolute string when he's bowling to Ricardo. And from Ricardo's point of view, you hope that day 2 is slightly easier for him. But based on what we've seen so far this morning and what Dane Patterson served him up, it looks as tough.
Yeah, he's going to have to almost start again, isn't he?
Defended this time against one of the top seam bowlers in the division, though, to start the day off in Dane Patterson. Not going to be an easy opening spell.
How do you think losing those, obviously we've got 104 overs in the day today to make up 8 of the 65 we lost yesterday, so only a little bit of time made up today and tomorrow.
It's a drop in the Northamptonshire Ocean, that, isn't it, from what we had yesterday?
And it really was an ocean. But how do you think that changes the game? So 89 for 2 at lunch on day 1. You're obviously at that point looking to bat big, bat once. That's always the plan. But does that change, do you think, when you lose that many overs? Are you now thinking, well, actually, do you still think, well, if we can get 400 plus here and try and bowl them out, or do you think, well, we probably need to score a bit quicker, and if we can get 300 and then try and bowl them out for 100 less or something like that?
Another good shot by Vasconcelos, picks up another one. I think it certainly makes winning games of cricket a lot more difficult, doesn't it? And 89 for, or 90 now for 2, having lost 2 sessions of cricket, you would say that it would be a touch harder for Notts to win this game now than Northants. But I think having lost that amount of time, and as you say, what are we gonna make up? 8 overs, so 24 overs of that 60.
No, because I don't think you can even make up time on day 4. I don't think.
Right. Okay.
I think that has to be 96.
So potentially, then you're talking about making up 16 of the 60 lost overs.
16 and 65 we lost. Yeah.
Which is going to be. It's going to make it very difficult, and I think at that point there, I think from either team, you're going to look at one of the others to really bat badly in an innings or bowl incredibly well.
It makes this opening session of day 2 very interesting, because if Northampton can sort of get to lunch, maybe having lost 1 or 2 wickets, added another 80 or 90 runs, then they're in an incredibly strong position and they can look to kick on. Yeah. Equally, if Nottinghamshire make early inroads, and we're looking at then perhaps a low-scoring game,
very full.
Things are sort of even Stevens again, aren't they?
Yeah, as I say, I think it in order to get a positive result from one of these, is, as you say, it's either going to have to be a low-scoring affair at all, or completely, or we're going to have one innings where one team's going to have to bowl remarkably well and bowl a team out incredibly cheaply, or a team's going to have to bat quite badly for a session to really kind of move the game on, basically.
Just we got a couple of emails in over lunch yesterday having asked for people to get in touch, and then of course we didn't get back on, so I don't want to, having gone to the trouble of getting in touch with us, must mention Mark, who is a Notts fan, and he emailed us whilst working from home in Kirkby and Ashfield, Notts, and thank you very much for getting in touch, Mark. He says he hopes he doesn't, excuse me, try again after this ball. He hopes we don't regret the missed chances from that session, talking about those drop catches and missed run-outs from Nottinghamshire. Well, we shall see, Mark. Interesting, John Sadler, the Northants head coach, in his comments to the media after yesterday's abridged day, said that it was nice to be on that end of missed chances, after, I think, referring to the chances that went down against Hampshire.
Yeah, that's a day not to look back on, isn't it? I think if you play for Northamptonshire.
But it does show you how crucial, I mean, it's a cliche, but how big a moment that can be. Saw it with James Vince against Hampshire, and I think Ricardo Vasconcelos will probably have that in his mind as, well, you've been given those lives, cash in now. But a stern examination from his former teammate.
And driven this time for nothing, and that's another maiden from Brett Hutton, who's bowled very, very full so far this morning.
And then also an email from Ray Cook, a Northants fan living in Leavesden, Watford, next to the Harry Potter studios, apparently. So I don't know if you moved there, Ray, just to be close to Harry Potter World, or whether Harry Potter World came to you. But anyway, thank you so much for your email and your kind words, and we're delighted to be able to bring you these pictures to allow you to stay in touch, even if you can't get to Wantage Road yourself that often.
Maybe he just really likes that, was it butterbeer or something?
So that's the beer, the Harry Potter beer.
I think so. I'm not a big fan, I'll be honest.
Well, get in touch, Ray. Tell us. We'd love to. Hopefully, you're listening again, watching today. We'd love to hear from you again. Tell us all about Harry Potter World.
Good delivery by Patterson there. Draws the outside edge by from safe, but played nicely straight down, wasn't it? Picked up at third slip. 3 slips then for Notts this morning for Dane Patterson, and a fairly regulation field for the rest of them. Full again. Big lavish swing that time, wasn't it, as it went past the stumps, and ended up being pretty well fielded, I think, by, was it Brett Hutton at first slip, I think, ended up stopping that one, or did Joe Clark get across? No, well fielded by Brett Hutton. That was big swing after the stumps.
Well, the overhead conditions would suggest that swing is going to play a part. The only factor is it's very windy. Whether that will, I mean, the wind direction aided the way that ball went, didn't it?
It did. And driven nicely by Safe, and well fielded by Lyndon James. Safe picks up another single there to take him to 25.
The outfield was slow yesterday. It's going to be only slower today, isn't it? After that soaking.
I think you've complimented Craig and his team about the 22 yards that he's produced here, and the drying up effort. Absolutely nothing they can do about the saturation in the outfield. And played nicely this time through square leg by Vasconcelos, who picks up a couple of runs. To say you get value for your shots at the moment anywhere in this country would be an exaggeration, I think.
Yeah, and that's something to bear in mind when you're looking at the score, isn't it? Whether actually you have to add sort of 10% to sort of get a real idea of where a team is, even maybe 20%.
Yeah.
Particularly as the innings goes on, because you've really got to time it perfectly for the ball to reach the boundary.
Defended this time. Certainly bowling a very challenging line to the left-handers, trying to swing that ball away from the lefties and bowl to those 3 slips that Dane Patterson's got. It was only really yesterday those 3 shots from Emilio that you saw go straight along the ground, that were the first of which you quite enjoyed, didn't you, Sam? That you kind of go, yeah, they've flown across the outfield. The rest was all very, very stodgy. And a big appeal this time, but I don't think there's much going for that one, as it's pitched outside leg stump, and Vasconcelos gets to the end of that Dane Patterson over.
Yeah, difficult to get an LBW against the left-hander coming over the wicket. You kind of need to be bowling the same kind of delivery that got Sam Whiteman to have any chance, full and then nipping back. Just to finish Ray's email, he did have a technical question. He said the coverage today is slightly blurred, so it's a job to pick up names and figures properly. Well, Ray, my colleague Dan is an expert on the technical side of YouTube, and he has a solution for you and to anyone else who's watching and feeling like maybe the pictures aren't quite as crystal clear as you'd like.
Such an expert. I'll let you know after this Brett Hutton delivery. Oh, very full this time, but Safe gets a bit of bat on that and picks up a single, and I think gladly gets off strike. Yeah, so on YouTube there's a little gear cog icon. Have a little click on that one. I think picture quality is one of the options on there, and you just need to select the highest option that you've got. I think usually 1080p, and then you'll get the full Northants experience. I don't know why YouTube does it. It doesn't like giving people the maximum quality straight away. But anyway, there you go. Hopefully that's helped. Anybody watching that's struggling with the picture quality, have a little press of that gear cog and tick the highest quality that you've got, and you should be enjoying 1080p streams.
Yes, if you want to get in touch like Mark and Ray and lots of other people yesterday,
played nicely, and another single. These two have been able to rotate the strike a little bit better so far this morning, particularly off Dane Patterson. Brett Hutton's been miserly so far in the 2.5 overs that he's bowled this morning, but it's an encouraging sign for Northants for these two guys to both be able to rotate the strike, which I think is something that Vasconcelos, with the quality of the bowling that Notts served up yesterday, certainly struggled to do at points. Down the ground from safe side. It's palmed around the corner. He picks up a single eventually.
Oh, and I don't know who's that fielder out at mid-off, because they got up from doing the cleaning up and straight away they grabbed their left knee. Is that Stephen Mullaney?
It could be. Looks like Brett Hutton's,
and he's in some discomfort.
The physio on.
Yeah. I wonder if this soft outfield, his knee got sort of got jammed in the soft outfield, which is kind of a horror moment for any fielder. It reminds me of Simon Jones in that 2002 3 Ashes, and he was in some trouble there. So
yeah. Have you got your binoculars with you? Or are they?
I do. There. Let's have a look.
I'm pretty sure it is Steve Mullaney, isn't it?
Well, that would be a big blow for Notts if they captain. He instantly got up and grabbed his left knee.
Yeah. Well, physio's gone off, and there's no sub-fielders coming on, so...
Yeah, it is Stephen Mullaney, and he's just given a thumbs up to umpire Richard Illingworth, who's at square leg. Richard Illingworth's got his black gloves on today. It is a cold day, isn't it?
Very, very chilly out there again.
Especially with that wind.
I suppose that's something that the umpires will have had to have taken into consideration with the drying up efforts here at Northampton, would be the player safety. Defended this time by Vasconcelos.
I actually hadn't had a chance to sort of step onto the outfield, but I think you did, didn't you, this morning, Dan?
I did,
Did
yeah.
it feel soft underfoot?
The actual outfield and playing area itself, I didn't get the pleasure of kind of wandering across all of it, but for the most part around the boundary edge it felt pretty good underfoot. There was some very wet patches up the top end, so at the David Capel end in front of the sight screens, and tucked into the leg side this time by Vasconcelos, who picks up another one. So if you're going to deposit a cricket ball somewhere today, I suspect under those covers up the top end in those puddles would probably be quite a nice place to put one. From a batting perspective.
See the flags there flying proudly. That's a strong wind, and you can probably also hear it on our effects mic. Is that's that crackling is when the wind gets hold of the mic outside. It's just shows you how strong it is. It's very familiar, very similar to conditions on that first game of the season here at Wantage Road, the first home game of Northampton's season against Middlesex. Very similar conditions, cold and windy.
Yeah, Patterson to carry on.
There's that lift again, just off a length. You know,
Yeah.
it was Ricardo Vasconcelos was looking at potentially getting on the front foot and driving, but just lifting. If you anything on a length or just short of a length, plenty of bounce and carry. Which again, just to labour a point is a miracle.
Yeah.
To be able to produce sort of a hard, bouncy wicket.
Change of angle for the first time in the match for Dane Patterson, which I think will bring in the slip cordons and LBW into the contest. As Vasconcelos punches that one down the ground, and safe side will come back for a second safely. So 2 more for Vasconcelos.
You could see Mulaney there was hesitant to put the dive in because of what had just happened in the previous over. You know, some tentativeness about sliding on a stodgy outfield. I don't blame him. I think this is sensible from Patterson. He was looking for a repeat of that magic ball to Whiteman coming over the wicket.
And a bit of an appeal, but again, I don't think there's much going for that one. Possibly a little bit of bat on it by Vasconcelos. If there wasn't, it was certainly missing leg stump. Steve Mulaney definitely doesn't look that comfortable with his knee, does he?
No.
At the moment. But I agree with you. I think it's a very good move from Dane Patterson to go for this angle.
Well, given that he's bringing it into the left-hander, it just brings LBW into the or far more into the equation.
Yeah.
Oh.
And beats Vasconcelos this time.
He's bowled beautifully yesterday and today.
He really has. It was a long spell yesterday as well, wasn't it? I think it was 8 overs from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah.
As you can see there, 11.5 overs, 1 for 27 with 2 maidens as well. Full again and defended by Ricardo Vasconcelos nicely.
So what did you do with your unexpected afternoon off, Dan?
I watched some YouTube content of a man crossing Wales in a straight line, Sam.
Wow.
Rock and roll, you know?
I'm lost for words.
I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not here to kind of paint a picture that I'm cooler than what I actually am. Down the leg side this time and taken cleanly by Joe Clark. Not everybody's cup of tea, Sam, by any stretch, but I can tell you I found it very interesting.
So the idea is he's got to get across the whole of Wales,
Yeah,
without deviating from a straight line.
precisely.
Starting from where?
I would have to go back and starting on the English border side,
Yeah.
and then straight across to the North Atlantic coast, over dry stone walls, barbed wire fences, farmland. I don't know. I just find it interesting, Sam. You know, good challenge, good video, good guy. How about yourself? How's your back?
My back, I'm like Lazarus. I'm cured.
Fantastic. Well, we've got a change of bowling from the David Capel ends quite early this morning. We've got Lyndon James coming on replacing Brett Hutton. What was the miracle cure?
Well, given we had that time and it was such a sunny afternoon, ironically, I decided to walk from the Premier Inn in Wootton into Northampton and back again.
Oh, good delivery from Lyndon James first up there.
I did feel a little bit like Alan Partridge, leaving the Linton Travel Tavern and crossing sort of dual carriageways and roundabouts on foot. I was getting some weird looks for people as I strode across the Queen Eleanor roundabout.
Luckily, you didn't get arrested by the police.
No, I did get a funny look from
a
a patrol car that came past and thought, what is this guy doing?
full again.
But it loosened me right up. and
I'm pleased to hear it.
I got back. I had a hot bath. It's always nice at someone else's expense.
Yeah.
Rather, when you're not paying for the heating bill or the hot water bill. Good night's sleep. This is not an advert for Premier Inn, by the way.
I feel like a new man.
So yes, use code SAM10 for 10% off at Premier Inn Northampton South.
Full again and defended by Safe Side. You're just not allowed a particular room in that hotel because that is reserved for Sam himself. He has a special deal that secures this particular room that Sam quite likes. I don't know why. I don't know the difference, and
it's just my second home now, isn't it?
It feels like it, doesn't it? But we'll have a chat in a bit about the highlights of your walk through Northampton. And tucked off his hip by Safe Zybe down to square leg for a single, and that is 100 up for Northamptonshire. 100 for 2 off 38.4 overs, run rate 2.59, and Vasconcelos on 45 and Safe Zybe on 28. So 100 up for Northants. And having been put into bat yesterday morning by Notts, I think they'll be very happy and very pleased with the work that the batters have done so far. And into the offside this time by Vasconcelos, who picks up another one.
Yeah, they've started really positively this morning, these two. We obviously don't think we had a boundary today, have we?
Not yet, no.
But they've kept the scoreboard ticking over, looking to pick up ones and twos here. They're not scoring at a high rate, but you feel like they've been looking to get on top of the bowlers in a sort of pretty measured fashion, which is exactly what's needed, I think.
Full again this time, beats Safe Zybe. And I think it's really nice to see. I think it would be fair to say that Ricardo Vasconcelos at points yesterday looked pretty frustrated yesterday morning. Some of the mannerisms at the crease, the classic kind of walk off to square leg and clear your head type moment. I think he probably found it quite frustrating and quite a challenging morning. And I think the difficulty to rotate the strike that he found yesterday only added to that too. So it is really nice and really encouraging to see these two guys for Northamptonshire successfully so far this morning able to rotate the strike. Dane Patterson continues and very full again and driven down to mid-off by Vasconcelos.
Interesting that Hutton only bowled 3 overs this morning. I wonder if he'll switch ends. I think there probably has been a little bit more through the air from the Lynn Wilson Centre end where Dane Patterson is operating down in front of us. So I wonder if that's a tactical decision.
Yeah, quite possibly. Certainly the lengths are the same at both ends. Lyndon James seems to have come in from the David Capel end and bowled a touch shorter than what we've seen from Northants not so far in this game. They've all been very, very enthusiastic to pitch the ball up, haven't they, throughout their spells so far.
If the only fault nice shot for no run from Ricardo Vasconcelos as he moves within one boundary of his second 50 of the summer. Yeah, the only fault I would assign to the way Dane Patterson's bowled so far is the occasional loose delivery down the leg side. I mean, actually, if that's going to be your bad ball, then probably not a bad one because they tend not to go for any runs. And actually, it nearly got Ricardo Vasconcelos yesterday when Joe Clark dropped him on 20. But it's interesting. I don't know enough about technical side of fast bowling to know why Patterson seems to push one down the leg side every now and again. Maybe maybe it's a ploy to try and get a strangle, but
I think you could be looking for the magic ball, if that makes sense. So you kind of set it off on that line and hope that it's the one that really kind of jags back and beats the left-hander.
Yeah, but then he's bringing it into the left-hander, isn't he?
Not from around the wicket where he was, sorry, over the wicket from where he bowled that.
Well, he was sort of pushing it across. I know what you're saying. He was pushing it across,
away, yeah.
And then it was hoping for it to come back in. So I think it is sort of in swing to the left-hander. But yeah, interesting. Email from Ed, a Notts fan who is doing uni work in Stockport. Thank you very much for getting in touch. He's a proud Notts fan and became a cricket fan whilst he was living up there. Well, you're very welcome here on the Northants stream. Thank you for your email. Thank you for your company. As Dan and I were saying yesterday, actually, off mic, it really is a privilege to be able to call these pictures for you all. So thank you very much for having us. And we do want you to get in touch. Those methods of doing that again on Twitter at NorthantsCCC and email stream@nccc.co.uk. So please get in touch, and don't forget, after lunch we're expecting Mr. David Willey up here in the commentary box. So get your questions in for him, and we'll get as many of those as possible to the new Northamptonshire Steelbacks T20 captain. In answer to your question, Ed, unfortunately not. I can't say the brand name for that reason. Oh, and that one there just left. Safe Zabe. First bit of movement really this morning from Lyndon James. Don't think it was ever really going to threaten the outside edge. It was quite short. It was sort of one of those deliveries that goes past the outside edge, but the batter's played it inside the line and everyone goes, ooh, but actually first class line and length, that, you know, where it's pretty bowling, as they call it. But still, a little bit of encouragement for Notts all-rounder.
Yeah, and I just wonder whether now is the time to start to investigate a slightly shorter length from the Notts bowlers. As I say, they've all been very full, haven't they, throughout this game so far. Testament to the discipline and the willingness to go full and to search for wickets. But I just wonder whether it might be the time in the game to just kind of drag that length back a touch and see if there's anything more going in this pitch slightly shorter. Maybe make it a little bit more difficult for Safe and Ricardo to rotate the strike.
Safe Zabe looks to cut in front of point, but once again the outfield doing him no favours. Didn't time it, but it sort of dribbled past Haseeb Hameed, who's at backward point, and they pick up one run. Brings Ricardo Vasconcelos back on strike. Lyndon James bowling to two slips, a backward point cover, man catching at short cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and deep square leg. Yeah, and I think that's the area you want to be bowling at. Sort of just a traditional line and good line and length, trying to hit the top of off stump. Don't try and do anything too cute. Build that pressure. Exactly like you were saying, Dan. Stop the rotation of the strike.
I think so, and I think when you look back at some of the guys that have bowled well here so far this season, Jack White obviously being one, Ben Sanderson being another, then the oppositions, you start thinking about James Fuller, Ryan Higgins as well for Middlesex. It felt to me as though the seam movement here at Wantage Road was the more threatening of the two options as a seamer. The seam rather than swing. So, as I say, I think it's a good move from Lyndon James to bowl that shorter. Well, it's not short, is it at all? A good length rather than a full length to see what seam movement there might be in this pitch to extract.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen in the 41 overs of the game so far, is that this is a pitch that as a bowler you've got to be patient on. I think hammering away at the top of off might not be very sort of kooky, but it's the tried and tested way of doing it. James Peacock's been in touch. He's enjoying the stream from near Aschaffenburg in Germany. What are you doing there, James? Be interested to hear what takes you to Aschaffenburg in Germany.
Furthest afield so far as well.
In this game, yeah.
Yeah.
Do let us know where you're listening from around the world or even around Northamptonshire. He says it's fantastic to be able to stay in touch with Northants from so far away. It's the highlight of his working week. Well, we won't tell your boss if you don't, James. He makes an interesting point, actually, which I'll then come on to after this delivery. He says he feels a bit sorry for Hassan Azad after Emilio came back and looked $1 million. Thinks it's hard to see how Azad gets back in after trying so hard in difficult conditions. Yeah, it's a really fair point. I mean, obviously two opening batters with very different styles. I think without really scoring a huge amount of runs, Hassan Azad has actually done a pretty decent job as that stopgap opener in really tricky conditions early season. But yeah, I think his short-term contract is up at the end of this block of championship games. So yeah, it's a tough school, professional cricket. We were saying, weren't we, that it's just so difficult for a player that is rightly or wrongly identified as a one format player in the age of sort of constricted county budgets. You know, if someone can play in all three formats, then for obvious reasons they become better value, as it were. That's a lovely shot from Safe Zabe. No run though, as Lyndon James runs round at mid-off to do the fielding.
Yeah, I think it's difficult with Hassan. Lovely guy to start with. Clearly brought in as a short-term solution to the injury that Emilio has recovered from a little bit quicker, I think. Fortunately for Emilio and for Northants, a little bit quicker than what maybe they expected. But, I mean, Hassan's played 4 matches, scored 148 runs at an average of 18.5.
Yeah, which doesn't tell the whole picture, does it? Because actually, obviously it's a numbers game and it's a results game, but the conditions he's batted in has been challenging, and he has soaked up a lot of high quality seam bowling, as you see week in, week out in Division 1. You kind of feel if he was sort of the man who was going to be in there for the whole season, that as the season went on, surely some runs would be around the corner. But when you are sort of trying to fight for a contract, the currency is runs, isn't it? And 150 was it against Kent he got?
Yeah, 51 against Kent.
Yeah. And that's beautifully played by Safe Zabe. A slightly shorter ball from Patterson. It won't go for 4. Just like I think we'll be saying rather a lot today, but it does pick up 2. Just went back and kind of opened the face. Used the pace of the ball into the offside.
It does. It becomes difficult, doesn't it, when you want to bat the way that Hassan and many other opening batters want to bat time and occupy the crease. You are obviously increasing your opportunities to get that good delivery that's going to get you at some point, aren't you? I mean, his strike rate there is 35 as well, which I know we're all very kind of looking through rose-tinted glasses with the way that the Test team have batted, but that strike rate of 35 amongst his counterparts on this list of leading run scorers in the county championship this year.
there's a short ball that is pulled away for 1 run by Ricardo Vasconcelos because Dane Patterson is fielding out at deep square leg.
But yeah, 35 really stands out now amongst strike rates in the county championship.
Yeah, well, you've got to kick on, haven't you? Having sort of occupied the crease, and that's probably where Hassan has struggled slightly, but we shall see what happens there.
James is also a fan of the Straight Line Wales video too.
Yeah, I missed that bit out.
Up the James.
Oh my word. And it looked like Save decided to leave that last minute, and the ball just lifted off a length into his gloves and rolled perilously close to his off stump. Let's have a look at the replay here. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Just again, that little extra lift off a length, which will continue to encourage the Nottinghamshire bowlers and probably add weight to the argument that a good line and length is where to bowl. Had a happy customer, Dan. David says, thank you for the technical info just now regarding the picture quality. I found the cog you referred to and selected 1080 and the difference is enormous.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me as to why you wouldn't get that as the default, but that's how YouTube works. So if you have missed that bit and you are struggling with the picture quality, click on the cog on YouTube, go picture quality, click on 1080, and you'll get the full bells and whistles.
Oh, and again, that ball just back of a length, and actually, whilst it looks like a sort of player miss, probably short enough that, well, actually, no, it's a good ball that from Lyndon James, and does draw a genuine full shot from Zabe. This partnership now worth 69. Sam Whiteman was the last man out with the score on 36. He followed Emilio Gay. And David is hoping to be here in person tomorrow, driving from Lincoln to make his maiden visit to Wantage Road as a Nottinghamshire fan. Oh, well, we look forward to seeing you here tomorrow, David. Thanks so much for tuning in remotely today, and you're in for a treat when you make your first trip to Wantage Road tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be a little bit warmer.
I don't think you're going to be that lucky, Sam, I'm afraid.
Yeah, bring your big coat, David.
Plenty of tea and coffee on offer around the ground, isn't there, as well? Free after tea down here at Wantage Road for those in and around Northampton that fancy popping by on their way back from work on a Friday night, or maybe before you head out into Northampton for your wild Friday night, you can come via Wantage Road and get a bit of county champo cricket.
That's my kind of weekend.
Start it at the cricket, finish it in the nightclub.
Definitely the first bit. Dane Patterson continuing from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. He's into the 7th over of his spell this morning. He's bowled unchanged.
Fantastic fitness by Dane Patterson. 8 overs yesterday, 7 overs this morning.
And beats the outside edge. Again, pushing across. He's coming back over the wicket, having experimented with a little burst round the wicket, so can't quite make his mind up as what is the best angle of attack to these two left-handers. He still has 3 slips in, pushing it across, hoping for that outside edge. Yeah, so the certainly in this current lineup, the top 4 Northants batters all left-handers.
I think with the 3 slips, I think this is the more attacking angle for Dane Patterson to set the left-handers up with the ball that comes back in, and then get the one that pushes, that goes across the lefty.
And that's uppish from Ricardo Vasconcelos, and then misfielded down at backward square leg. And a 50 for Ricardo Vasconcelos that comes up thanks to that misfield. And he's looked more comfortable this morning.
He certainly has.
I think it's a substitute fielder down at backward square, which is why I slightly lost my train of thought as Ricardo Vasconcelos picked up his second half century of the summer.
Yeah, the hard work he's gone through to get to this stage, you don't mind the one that goes through the fielder's legs, do you? To pick that 50 up with those 3 lives, he's taken the opportunity so far, and yeah, making Nottinghamshire pay for those missed chances yesterday.
Yeah, he's had to work really hard. 149 balls and just the 4 boundaries for Ricardo Vasconcelos. But he's done his job, seeing off the new ball and picking up that half century. He'll be desperate to kick on now. He's he's had a number of starts, 70 last week against Somerset. And now would be a great time from a Northamptonshire point of view to convert. Not often you see Ricardo Vasconcelos scoring at a strike rate of 33, but I think it's a testament to the Nottinghamshire bowlers and this very slow outfield.
As I say, it's been really, really tough going for him, isn't it? And as the floodlights have just come on as well here at Wantage Road to potentially make it a little bit more challenging for the batters and something else for the bowlers to use. Clearly the umpire's not that happy with the light out there in the middle, but a hearty pat on the back for Vasconcelos from his partner Saif Zaib there.
Yeah, apart from those mix-ups in the last over 4 lunch yesterday, these two have batted really nicely as a pair. 73 now for the 3rd wicket partnership, but I think they complement each other. They're both, as we described, busy cricketers. I also think, although they're both left-handers, they do slightly perhaps disrupt a bowler's rhythm, is that Saif quite likes to play square of the wicket, whereas Ricardo probably favours the front foot. So having to adjust your line of length, particularly when they're rotating the strike, is a bit tricky for the bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. Saif at the moment is the guy that obviously facing Lyndon James and finding it a little bit more difficult to rotate the strike. 2 slips, isn't it, for Saif Zaib with a fielder at short cover. Just you mentioned about Ricardo Vasconcelos' strike rate in this innings down at 33, career first class strike rate of 56.24 for Vasconcelos. So just highlights again just how difficult it's been in these 44 overs that we've had so far.
I think credit to him, because he is a man that likes to play his shots, and I think he's realised that in these conditions sometimes you have to just rein that instinct in. Yes, he's had a few strokes of luck as Zaib slices between cover and point for 2. Liam Patterson-White doing the fielding. Nottinghamshire's spinner in this fixture. He got on for a 10-minute spell before lunch yesterday.
Bad news coming out of Old Trafford.
Oh dear. I almost know what you're going to say. As Zaib opens the face down to 3rd. He won't get 4. It's glacially slow, that outfield, and it's Hasif Hamid who does the does the fielding, and there's a shake of the head from Saib who says, come on, give me some value for my shots. But there again is that caveat that probably whatever's on the scoreboard, you've got to add 20% just because boundaries are so hard to come by.
Yeah.
T20 starting in a couple of weeks, might have to go aerial.
Could be the option, couldn't it? Into the gardens.
Caught at second slip by Ben Duckett, and I think the frustration showed there for Saib. He'll be very frustrated with that dismissal. 35 for Saib, and he couldn't resist reaching out to that wide-ish, fullish delivery from Lyndon James, and gobbled up by the former Northants man at second slip. Yeah, that's a great shame, because he, until that shot, had looked like he'd got the pace of the innings just right. But I think the frustration of not getting those boundaries where usually you would started to show, and he almost pulled out of the shot right at the last minute, but it was too late, and it was a thick, healthy edge. And that ends a 77-run partnership for the third wicket between Ricardo Vasconcelos and Saib, and brings the first right-handed batter of the innings to the crease, Rob Keogh.
No, you're right. It was I'm sure Saib's not going to be thrilled to watch that one back, but in the context of the game, a good partnership between him and Ricardo to rebuild and steady the Northants ship after having lost Sam Whiteman and Emilio fairly quickly together. And yeah, against a very challenging bowling attack, and a performance so far here from Notts, 35 runs for Saib, and I think a really good spell so far from Lyndon James. He's dragged that length back from the David Capel ends, from what we've seen from Luke Fletcher yesterday and Brett Hutton this morning, and has picked up the reward.
Yeah, no, I think, like you say, they've plugged away and they forced the mistake. Rob Keogh's had a lean couple of games after a great start to the season, so he'll be keen to return to run-scoring ways. 100 in the game against Kent. A 50 against Middlesex. Unbeaten 75 that was, but then a run of low scores since. So yeah, good time for Rob Keogh to re-find that early season form. Yeah, as we expected, now Dane Patterson has finished a lengthy spell at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. 7 overs, no maidens. Sorry, 1 maiden, none for 15 this morning. Brett Hutton had a little burst from the David Capel end, but he's decided this is the end he fancies. This is the end he will therefore bowl from.
So the news from Old Trafford.
Sorry, we got cut off there.
No, that's absolutely fine.
I think I know what this is going to be, and it's terrifying.
Jimmy Anderson is off the field with a, in inverted commas, minor issue, and is currently being assessed by Lancashire's physio. So I think you said something yesterday along the lines of he'll be all right.
So I don't know whether describing it as a minor issue is a relief or makes you more worried, because if you describe something as a minor issue,
yeah, what does that mean?
but God, that'll have Fleet Street glued to the live stream. And that's a lovely shot from Ricardo Vasconcelos. He'll get one after the misfield in the covers. Beautifully timed cover drive. Brings Rob Keogh onto strike against his former teammate Brett Hutton. Brett Hutton in his second stint at Nottinghamshire after a few years here at Wantage Road, where he was superb, wasn't he? Rob Keogh is on his way for a duck. Brett Hutton, back of a length, just invites the little tickle from Rob Keogh, and suddenly Nottinghamshire right on top. It just seemed away slightly from the right-hander. Rob Keogh was going to make the umpire make the decision, but the decision came. And 2 wickets for 1 run has changed the complexion of this game rather quickly.
Yeah, little feather, and Rob Keogh's just followed that, hasn't he, as it's gone past him. Which,
yeah, it's a good ball which sort of pitched on off stump. So you know the batter then has to play at it. I suppose you could say it was short enough that maybe you could leave on length, but not sure. And then the movement forces the batter to follow it.
yeah,
So intelligent bowling. So that brings the youngster James Sales to the crease. He made 50 in his second appearance of the season last week at Taunton. Bit of pressure on the young man's shoulders.
yeah, certainly after those 2 quick wickets. As I say, I think looking back at this, I think that's where batters so far here at Wantage Road have been successful with, is that they have been disciplined. They have played the line of the ball, whereas Rob there, unfortunately for Rob, but fortunately for Brett Hutton, he's just followed that as the ball's gone past him, and that's what's caught the outside edge there, and has seen the end of his very short stay at the crease. Floodlights have come on, Sam, a couple of overs ago, and we've lost 2 wickets.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the thing you hear fielders say all the time is, 2 here, lads, different game, and having looked pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
Suddenly you're 114 for 4 and in a spot of bother.
1 brings 2 is the cliche, isn't it? James Ackland has dropped us an email. Say, hello, I'm a Northants fan and first-time writer-inner. Enjoying Ricardo's innings as I have for the last few years now. Inspired to write in on hearing that Dan is a fellow Geo Wizard fan. Perhaps the slightly pedantic monotony of a straight-line mission appeals to the same part of the brain as red ball cricket.
Well, Brett Hutton is certainly on a straight line mission at the moment, just plugging away in and around off stump, and it's brought him his rewards in that over. His first of the game. He now has 1 for 12 from his 9 overs.
I love it, but I think there is some relevancy to that. I think the pedantic monotony might not be the best way to describe it, but I think you're on the right track. Really appreciate the stream and the commentary. Always enjoyable to listen and watch. County Champ is so special in providing free and quality coverage of high-level sport. All the best, another James, and this stream brought to you, powered by Daffabet as well.
Well, thank you, another James, and it is yet another James, Lyndon James, to continue from the David Capel end. Yeah, this puts the onus on Ricardo Vasconcelos to convert this half-century into a big score. Makes it an even more important innings.
Yeah, absolutely. The guy that's had the lives and had the opportunities, and will be desperately hoping that he can build a little partnership or start a partnership up again here with the new batter, James Sales. Left alone this time by Vasconcelos. It's a very kind of clear plan, isn't it, from Lyndon James to bowl shorter of a length than what we've seen so far from the Notts bowlers, and has picked up the reward of the wicket of Saif Zaya with that plan. Left alone again. A little bit of a period of rebuild here, isn't it, for Northants now?
Yes, absolutely. I think don't want to lose another wicket before lunch, and what are we? An hour away from that. Did say it would be an important session.
Very aggressive field from Nottinghamshire as well, isn't there, with 2 slips, a man catching at short cover. Big appeal this time from Lyndon James. Nothing from the umpire at all. Was it a little bit high, Sam, on replay?
That was my first impression.
And possibly missing
well.
leg stump as well. So enough happening here for the Notts bowlers to keep them interested. Looks like Steve Mullaney might be having a couple of looseners at mid-on as well. But they're, as I say, an attacking field, 2 slips, short cover. All of the other fielders are striding in with the bowler as well, so putting plenty of pressure on Vasconcelos and Sales. Defended this time. Looks like the wind might have just picked up there with the umpire clinging onto his hat. So what were the highlights of your trip into Northampton yesterday afternoon?
Well, it was a lovely evening, weather-wise. Town centre was full of life. People off to the theatre. So yeah, it was a pleasant little stroll.
I'm really looking forward to the Friday nights down here. T20 Blast at Wantage Road. I'm so keen to see this place full and rocking, and the Northants fans enjoying themselves on a sunny, warm, balmy, dry.
That would be nice.
Friday night.
Bit of warmth.
I'm so keen.
Yeah, no, that would be great. And yeah, only well, less than 2 weeks now to the opener here.
James Sales off the mark as he tucks that one off his pads down to square leg.
I liked Alex, the media and content manager and our boss. I liked his tweet yesterday when there was quite literally torrents of water making their way across the outfield. He said, what was his tweet? Rapids at Wantage Road during County Championship, not good. Rapids at Wantage Road during the Vitality Blast, good, or something like that. And he's quite right. Worcestershire Rapids here on the 24th. Is that right? Wednesday night?
24th, yeah, and then the 26th as well, isn't it, on the Friday?
The opening 2 games here at Wantage Road for the Vitality Blast. Tickets, a few of them still available, but I think we're hoping to be welcoming a full house here at Wantage Road, so make sure you get your tickets sooner rather than later.
Defended again by Vasconcelos, and we've mentioned earlier today, but if you are just tuning in, like Jay Henry, who's tweeted us to say, true to form, I start listening to the game and immediately Northants lose a wicket. Sorry, chaps. But if you have just tuned in and you haven't heard so far, we will be joined in the afternoon by David Willey, England international, Northants captain, and he'll be hanging out with us on stream in the afternoon. So if you've got any questions, any comments, any emails, anything like that you want to pose to your new captain, ping them over. Very full again, isn't it, from Brett Hutton, from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and Vasconcelos just consolidating at the moment, isn't he, after the loss of those 2 quick wickets of Saif Saib and Rob Keogh.
Yeah, and as you'd expect from Brett Hutton, no stranger to Northamptonshire fans, he gives very little away. And again, he's just looking to bring it back in to the left-hander.
Short this time and pulled away. Bit of a miss. Oh, I don't think he picked it up down at deep backward square, but that's 4 more runs. 4 to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who moves to 56. Fielder at deep backward square ran to his left when in fact the ball was heading off to his right. So maybe it is a little bit gloomy out there then if he struggled to pick that one up.
Yeah, I think that's Ben Martindale on as a sub fielder, and he's had 2 bits of fielding to do so far, both of which he's managed to not quite get right and concede 2 boundaries. But yeah, there's obviously something struggling with his viewing down at deep backward square. I don't know who he's on for actually. It'd be interesting to work that out.
I haven't seen Luke Fletcher about.
Yes, that would make sense.
I think would be the player that's missing this morning. I'm not convinced I saw him in the warm-ups either. I'll be completely honest with you.
It's a good spot because actually it certainly leaves Nottinghamshire's seam resources looking a bit thinner than they were yesterday. Might explain why Stephen Mullaney is looking a little bit more likely to bring himself on than he was or has done so far this season.
Lyndon James to carry on, and big swing after the ball passed the stumps, but invited the play and miss from James Sales. But fortunately for the Northampton batter, no bat involved on that one. News from Nottinghamshire is that Ollie Stone will miss the start of the Vitality Blast following a scan on the injured hamstring that he picked up last week against Lancs, but they are hopeful that he will be back as soon as possible. I can't see anything on the Notts Twitter feed about Luke Fletcher.
Yeah, I saw a story yesterday that suggested that injury to Ollie Stone has ruled him out of the first 2 Ashes tests as well.
Wow.
So with that and Jofra Archer's
and Jimmy now as well.
Well, let's hope that Jimmy's is indeed
after you
a
put the
minor
mockers on him yesterday.
Let's hope that is just a minor injury.
5-0 Australia now, Sam.
Stop it.
Start sounding like Glenn McGrath. Nice shape away from James Sales. From Lyndon James, from the David Capel end. It's been a really good spell, hasn't it, from Lyndon James this morning?
Yeah, absolutely has. Just built the pressure. That's exactly how he got safe save. Pressure. And then put that tempter outside, Fuller outside the off stump, and you could see in slow motion Zabe knowing he'd been suckered. And by the time he realised it was too late, the edge had been found. And the catch taken by Ben Duckett. So what have we had? We've had 17.4 overs this morning, 2 wickets and 33 runs. So you'd say those 2 wickets making it the visitors' morning so far without doubt.
Yeah, absolutely right. Been a good morning, hasn't it, for Notts. Certainly felt with that bowling change from the David Capel end for Hutton to James this morning really did start to apply a lot of pressure back on the Northampton batters, one that I don't necessarily think was there for the first 5 or 6 overs this morning, but certainly got built quite quickly with that change. Down the leg side this time. Leg byes, I think, for Northants, 4 of them. Nope, just 4 byes, in fact. So big movement again as it's gone past the stump. So that's moved quite dramatically. I thought that must have come off something, but
yeah, well, Neil Pratt went to. It looked like he was going to tap his leg, but then if you watch, we're not going to see it. But he once he'd given the signal, he then sort of did that classic seam bowler's motion of bit of movement there.
Yeah.
So yeah, just hooped down the leg side, and Joe Clark had no chance.
Pay compliment to
like that.
Yeah. Pay compliment to Lyndon James's bowling, and Joe Clark will be sitting there going, "Oh, not 4 byes against my name." But yeah, there we go. If you want to join the conversation, as I say, David Willey's joining us after lunch. There's your ways to get in contact on Twitter and via email. As that one's tucked into the leg side by Vasconcelos, who gets off strike. James Sales will face up against Brett Hutton. I might be wrong, but it doesn't look any darker than what it did at 11 o'clock this morning, Sam, to warrant the lights coming on. I'm sure it obviously has done something, but
I think it did get darker, and now it's sort of lightened up a bit. But it's probably a sensible decision because it seems to be fairly blanket cloud cover.
Yeah.
We thought the forecast this morning was for just a grey but dry day, but the latest forecast suggests we might get another heavy shower at lunch, which, given how much we had yesterday, could cause some issues, but fingers crossed.
Shape from the hand away from James Sales there.
Yeah, 2 5-wicket hauls already for Brett Hutton this season for Lancashire. 6 for 45 in the first innings against Somerset. That was his best first-class figures for Nottinghamshire, and then he took 5 for 66 against Lancashire last week as in a game that not survived 9 down, and he played a big role with the bat in that.
Very full again from Brett Hutton, but the line not quite right. What did he get last week with the bat? I know he batted for about 2.5 hours, didn't he? I think
he got 23 from 141 balls, but it was a 67-run partnership, taking up 34 overs with Joe Clark for the 7th wicket, which was basically played a huge role in staving off defeat. And actually, if
inside edge this time, which saves James Sales.
If
Ben Duckett in his quite traditional fielding position there, I think, at second slip with his hands on his head.
Yeah.
I keep seeing Steve Mullaney get loose, but he doesn't look like he's got any closer to having a bowl yet.
Well, you'd imagine he'll probably replace Lyndon James, who's bowled 6 overs from the David Capel end at some point.
Do you think we'll see him before we see Patterson White this morning?
I think given the conditions, it'd be worth assuming, that knee that he seemed to hurt earlier on. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
As if by magic.
Steve Mullaney then replacing Lyndon James from the David Capel end. Joe Clark up to the stump, so we're going to see some, in professional cricket terms anyway, some very gentle medium pace here for Vasconcelos and James Sales to deal with.
Yeah, could be very effective though, given the conditions. Good spell that from Lyndon James. 6 overs, 1 for 8, 2 maidens as well.
Yeah.
Built the pressure.
Deserved the wicket as well.
Yeah, he didn't go searching for it. Just dried up the runs from that David Capel end, and then lured Saif Zaib into a shot that he instantly regretted.
Yeah. Here we go then. Captain Steve Mullaney. Ben Duckett at first and a half slip. with a catcher at short cover, catcher at short mid-wicket as well. And that's gone straight and through the fielder who's just come into short cover, and that's another drop catch and another chance and another life for Ricardo Vasconcelos. Patterson White, who missed the run out before lunch yesterday, has dropped the chance at short cover, and Vasconcelos gets to the non-striker's end and puts James Sales on strike. 2 slips for James Sales.
And I think Stephen Mullaney was very impressed with that.
No. That field to Vasconcelos says he's going to bowl very straight with the 1 slip and the 2 catches in front of square. And full into the offside off the bat of James Sales. 1 off 16 now for James Sales.
Well, that's fine. Like you said, he's got to. He's come in at a time where rebuilding is important. Just hang on in there.
Big away shape, wasn't it? Straight from the hand from Steve Mullaney, but away swing still on offer here, and he's had one that's the ball before has come back into James Sales, so the Notts captain with the ability to swing the ball both ways, gonna make it a challenging experience for Sales and Vasconcelos. And an appeal this time. Mullaney likes it, umpire likes it, and James Sales has been given out LBW for 1 of 18 balls. 125 for 5 now.
That looked pretty straight. Yeah, I don't think you can have any arguments with that.
No, it's jagged back, isn't it, off the seam? Whether that would have done enough to have missed leg stump, I don't think it would. But bowling changes worked. Captain Steve Mullaney picks up his first wicket in his first over of the match, and James Sales departs for 1 off 19 balls. As I say, the score 125 for 5 off 50.5 overs. Vasconcelos still there on 58.
Yeah, and you can see that's where having the keeper standing up benefits a bowler like Stephen Mullaney, because James Sales got nothing like a decent stride in there, and then the movement through the air did for him really, or the movement through the air and then the straightening off the pitch, and it looked pretty adjacent.
22-year-old Harry Goldstone, the new man to the crease for Northants, career best of 67 not out, made his first appearance of the season last year down at Somerset, in for the injured Lewis McManus. Picked up a couple of dismissals against Somerset, but we'll be looking to have a much more productive experience here at Wantage Roads than what he had down at Taunton last week with the bat.
Yeah, he scored a really nice 100 against Loughborough University in the 3-day game the week before last week's trip to Taunton, which that combined with the injury to Lewis McManus earned him a spot in the Northants starting 11. But tough conditions to come out and face it. I think Mullaney is this is ideal conditions for a bowler of his
Big
sort.
swing again, wasn't it? Back into Goldstone first up. Good take by Joe Clark. End of the over. 125 for 5. Mullaney picks up the wicket of James Sales in his first over of the match. And now, in this topsy-turvy game of county championship cricket that we've had so far, you'd have to say it was a good toss to win, Sam.
Well, we'll see. Both sides got a bat on it. These conditions are going to favour swing bowling. I'm sure Jack White, Jordan Buckingham, Gareth Berg will all be relishing bowling in these conditions, but they'd like a few runs on the board to start with. I think, you know, getting those 86 runs yesterday were invaluable where conditions were easier. It's well left.
Left well alone, wasn't it, by Vasconcelos? The pressure is undoubtedly going to grow. The responsibility is going to get larger and larger for Vasconcelos to carry through the remainder of this innings now.
Interesting point you made about the lights. It has seemed to make a big difference with their movement through the air. 3 for 12 since that wicket of Saif Zaib.
Short from Brett Hutton and pulled this time by Vasconcelos down to Haseeb Hameed. Picks up a single and puts Harry Goldstone on strike. Three slips for Brett Hutton to Harry Goldstone. Full and defended. The movement back in to Harry Goldstone this time from Brett Hutton. Vasconcelos will be desperately hoping someone will stick with him for a little while. Just goes to show how valuable that partnership between Vasconcelos and Zaib was yesterday and this morning. And as Sam has said a couple of times, it could be those moments that could really swing this. And that is schnicked and gone. Brett Hutton picks up his second wicket of the game, caught by Ben Duckett at second slip. Harry Goldstone goes for a 4-ball duck. 126 for 6 now the score. Good delivery by Brett Hutton, challenging line and length to the wicket-keeper batter, who found the outside edge and guided that through to Ben Duckett at second slip. And Northants lose their sixth wicket now for 126 runs on the board. Tom Taylor, I believe, will be the next batter to the crease for Northamptonshire. He scored 50 last week down at Taunton against Somerset, win his first appearance for the first 11 in 2023. 28-year-old Tom Taylor, 529th player to play for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, career best of 80. And my goodness, we could do with a few of those today. Tom Taylor then with 1 ball left to face in this Brett Hutton over. It's so far bowled 11.5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 19. And And a cracking line and length to finish off by Brett Hutton as well. Left alone this time by Tom Taylor. That goes through to Joe Clark, and the end of a successful over for Nottinghamshire. 2 wickets in 2 overs. And that's not really what you want to walk back into, Sam, that is it?
No. Really devastating period of play from the Nottinghamshire bowlers. Tough conditions out there. Ricardo Vasconcelos standing firm. 59 not out, 169 deliveries.
Yeah. One slip for Steve Mullaney to Vasconcelos with the 2 catches at short cover and short mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, very straight as well. And defended into the offside. That says to me that Steve Mullaney's going to look to bowl very, very full and very, very straight here to Vasconcelos.
He's certainly getting the ball to do plenty through the air and doing it both ways as well. So challenging for the batter with the keeper standing up.
And driven this time by Vasconcelos out to the fielder, floating around deep cover, picks up a single and puts Tom Taylor on strike. Did have a message come in from Andy, who is a Notts supporter. Says, hello again. A sprinkling of us Notts supporters might well have been in attendance tomorrow, but my lot, Notts County, are in the playoff final at Wembley. And those from the other side of the Trent are at Chelsea. Come on, you pies. Shape from Steve Mullaney into the gloves of Joe Clark. Good luck to Notts County tomorrow in that playoff final. Had a good couple of trips to Notts County over the years, which have been good fun. I did have to check to make sure that Nottingham Forest were in fact playing Chelsea and there wasn't a bit of Notts County, Notts Forest banter there, implying that the Notts Forest fans were Chelsea fans. Shape away from Tom Taylor. Not the noisiest team so far that we've had here at Wantage Road, Sam. 6 down for 127. I'd have thought we might have had a little bit more of an enthusiastic Notts side through the FX mic, but wouldn't have said it's been particularly vocal so far.
At the moment, they're letting the ball do the talking.
And shape in this time to Tom Taylor. Steve Mullaney completes his second over, just gone for 1 run, 127 for 6.
Well, we saw against Somerset that Tom Taylor, despite playing his first game of the championship season, was in good form with the bat. Crucial half century. He came in at a tough time in that game. 3 wickets had gone down for 9 runs when he came in, so he's in a not dissimilar situation here, but he's at the non-striker's end as Brett Hutton comes into Vasconcelos. John Sadler, Northampton's head coach, after that innings described it as showing another side to his game with that innings down at Somerset, full of resilience. And apparently, according to John Sadler, they used to call Tom Taylor the Wall in his younger days. So we know he can bat for long periods. Well, Northampton will be hoping he can do that again, and with forward defences like that, there's every chance. Yeah, really important that he supports Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is 61 not out from 172 balls. You'd say vital that these two can see off the next 28 minutes of play. Well, sorry, it'll be next 38 minutes because we've got that extended session. Lunch will be at 1:10. 104 overs in the day.
Vasconcelos would just be desperate for someone to stick around for a little bit, won't they? Won't he even? Bit of company out there for a period of time. And I think it shows as well, doesn't it, just how important and how valuable that partnership that he and Saif Zayeb had earlier on in this innings.
Beauty from Brett Hutton that zips past Tom Taylor's outside edge, but Taylor playing inside the line.
I'd have thought the nickname The Wall might have had to have been retired with Rahul Dravid. It's kind of like retiring a jersey number in the American sports, isn't it? It's
edged and gone. Tom Taylor won't hang around for long today. Ben Duckett with another catch in the slips. You have to say it's fantastic bowling from Brett Hutton, just plugging away on that fourth or fifth stump line, finding a thick outside edge and some late swing as well from Hutton to bring that edge, and Tom Taylor becomes the 5th wicket to fall this morning, and having been 113 for 2, Northamptonshire are now 128 for 7. So 5 wickets for just 15 runs.
Still elected to use his feet there, didn't he, against Brett Hutton? Came down the track towards him, 8 balls into his innings, and in an attempt to negate the seam movement and the swing that Brett Hutton's got from the Lynn Wilson centre end this morning. And unfortunately for Tom Taylor and everybody here at Northamptonshire, it wasn't the right tactic at the right moment. The Italian stallion.
Yeah, Gareth Berg in at number 9. Interesting to know how Ricardo Vasconcelos plays things going forward. Is it time to... I think Gareth Berg is...
He's not a bad bloke to have coming in at number 9, is he?
He described himself when he was batting at Canterbury as the best number 9 in world cricket. And we could do with seeing that here today. He missed out down at Taunton. He's back in the side. Actually, Ricardo Vasconcelos hasn't had a huge amount of the strike in recent overs, as he's watched wickets tumble at the other end.
No, it's been good by Notts, hasn't it, to allow Vasconcelos to get on off strike quite early in each of the overs, and then have the 4-5 deliveries to bowl at the, I say new, but the newer, less established batter.
Yeah, in the last 6 overs, Ricardo Vasconcelos has only faced 7 balls.
Yeah. No, it's very good. Good plans and good execution. Say not only with the field that they set up here to Vasconcelos from Steve Mullaney, they also have the sweepers out at deep cover, and there's a man, I think Dane Patterson, just having a few looseners down at deep backward square as well. So quite happy to give that single, aren't they?
Yeah, well, it's a plan that has worked. 5 for 15.
2 catches on the offside now, Sam, at short cover and short extra. So opens up the leg side completely in case Vasconcelos fancies using his wrists into the leg side.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to invite Northampton's opening batter to do, play across the line. And a single into the leg side from the in-swinger from Mulaney brings Gareth Berg onto strike. Yeah, it's a you can't take your eyes off it. Something happening every ball, as they say. Plenty of movement through the air, bit of zip off the pitch. But you think, regardless of the conditions, Northants a long way off a score they'd be content with. You have to say that the loose shot from Saif Zaib has precipitated a bit of a collapse. Well, more than a bit of a collapse, a hefty collapse.
Yeah, certainly set the tone, hasn't it, for the last 45, 60 minutes. Gareth Berg, though, with a first-class average of 28, so still plenty of fight left in the team. But it's been quite noticeable, the difference in the movement pre and post turning the lights on. I think it was maybe an over and a half before the dismissal of Saif Zaib that those lights started to come on, and since then, I mean, it's been all knots, isn't it?
Mulaney attempting the old three-card trick with two away swingers, followed by the one that comes back in to the right-handed Gareth Berg, but as the County Championship's oldest current player, nothing Gareth Berg won't have seen before. It's giving nothing away, Mulaney. Another very good over from the Nottinghamshire captain, just one run from it.
Looks like we're definitely going to see a spell from Dane Patterson again, aren't we, before lunch, looking at the warm-up routine that he's going through at the moment. Opening and closing gates and rolling around on the floor a bit, stretching the back out.
Yeah, he'll want a bit of the action. Bowled very nicely this morning, as he had done yesterday, and then these wickets started to tumble. I'm sure he fancies cleaning up the tail.
I think he'll be wishing that he'd have bowled whilst he'd have bowled those 14 overs whilst the lights had been on. Three slips still, isn't there, for Brett Hutton, but fielders out at deep backward point, deep backward square, and a deep mid wicket as well, allowing Vasconcelos to get off strike at his earliest possible opportunity to give them as many balls at Gareth Berg as possible. Semi-appeal from someone out there, wasn't there? I think they were quite happy for a short moment.
Brett Hutton is he's good at returning to the top of his mark quickly. Doesn't hang about, which is good for the over rate, especially when you've got 104 overs to get in. Just plugging away outside off stump. The
slightly worrying.
Yeah, the ground
signs.
staff over at the in front of the electronic screen, the big screen with the scoreboard on. I've got the covers ready. Forecasted suggests we might get a downpour at about 1 o'clock, so maybe it's something they've seen on their radar. But you just wonder how much rain the outfield could take after yesterday. It's good from Vasconcelos, just covering his off stump, letting the ball go through, not being drawn into any panicky shots, given the tumble of wickets in the last hour, 45 minutes. With 2 balls remaining, Haseeb Hameed comes in to save the 1 at mid-wicket. Edge and caught, low down, a good catch. And Brett Hutton had plugged away just outside off stump. Draws Vasconcelos into the shot. And well caught, low down at first slip by Lyndon James. Well, another good innings from Ricardo Vasconcelos. One he had to really fight hard in. He had a lot of luck. He was dropped 3 times. Could have been run out twice. But this time, Lyndon James makes no mistake, and Brett Hutton has suddenly got 4 wickets. 4 for 20 from 13.5 overs are fantastic figures, and you have to say he's deserved them.
Certainly has, Sam. I mean, a gritty performance in an innings from Ricardo Vasconcelos that I think deserves to be applauded. Gone in the 60s. You say he had a couple of lives, but that's certainly not his fault, and he's done remarkably well. I just had a little look outside the door, and it certainly looks a touch darker coming from the north, which isn't the best sign in the world. And there's been a few moments, hasn't there, this year with Northants where we've lost wickets, and a couple of balls later we've gone off for bad light or potentially for a bit of weather. So I'm praying that this isn't another one of those moments.
Jordan Buckingham, on his home debut for Northamptonshire, is in at number 10. South Australian, tall South Australian. This will be a baptism for a man used to very different conditions down in Adelaide.
Yeah, hopefully John Sadler's still got the facilities and the equipment that he used to defrost Chris Tremaine to be able to defrost Jordan Buckingham as well. I feel there could be a comment at some point from Jordan Buckingham along the similar lines of, "That's the coldest day I've ever played cricket in." Excited to see him bowl though. Hopeful that he bats for a little while, but I am quite excited to watch the young Aussie have a bowl here at Wantage Road.
So, as we expected, Dane Patterson into the attack. He will bowl from the David Capel end. I don't think there's any chance of him displacing Brett Hutton with 4 wickets to his name down here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. A quick single. Hameed, sorry, no, the substitute fielder does the fielding.
Interesting change with the movement that Mullaney got from the David Capel end. What did he bowl? 3 overs, 3 runs for a wicket. Interesting to change him now. Just a 3-over spell from the captain. Someone that I thought looked really, really threatening from that end with the movement that he was getting.
I think Dane Patterson made it very clear that he fancied picking up a couple at the end here. Foolish delivery that Buckingham drives into the covers. It's fielded by Liam Patterson-White. Yeah, I think can't argue with your overseas pro when they decide they fancy a bowl. But yeah, he did a great job for his as the leader of his side, Stephen Mullaney, coming on and picking up a wicket. That looks close and out. Jordan Buckingham goes for a duck, 3-ball duck for the Australian overseas. And Dane Patterson has justified his claim to come back on to bowl by picking up a wicket with just, it's full and straight, probably crashing into leg stump. And Neil Pratt, the umpire, didn't have to think too long and hard about that one.
No, as you say, a good captaincy decision there, isn't there, to make that change, and the decision rewarded straight away as Buckingham makes his way back off the field.
One that just tailed in and then straightened ever so slightly, but it was so full that there was never much doubt about that decision. And that is Dane Patterson's second wicket to go with the beauty that got Sam Whiteman. He's got 2 for 34. Jack White is the final batter for Northamptonshire in their first innings. I think Gareth Berg will probably looking to farm the strike a bit here, and maybe might be worth swinging the bat, seeing if he could, even if he could pick up 20, get Northants up to 150, and then you just never know in these conditions. Be very interesting to see. You know, Nottinghamshire's runs have all come really from the opening pair of Hamid and Duckett. Get them early, and you just never know.
Been such a remarkable period of play this morning, hasn't it? To lose the number of wickets that we have for the few runs that have been added to the score as well. And it wouldn't at all surprise me here if we don't lose Jack White quite quickly and not end up with a pretty tricky 12 or so minutes before that scheduled lunch break at 1:10, and we might even see a couple of wickets or a wicket before lunch anyway if Notts have a bat. It's been quite remarkable.
Well, the overheads, both natural and artificial in terms of cloud cover and floodlights, have absolutely turned this game on its head. 86 for 2 overnight, Northants made it up to 113 for 2 before the loss of Saif Zaib, and since then they have lost 7 for 17. Combination of some helpful conditions and some very impressive bowling from Nottinghamshire as Jack White drives through off into the offside and is sent back off the final ball of the over by Gareth Berg. And I have to say, I'm on Gareth Berg's side there. Turn down the single, let the man, well, certainly the more accomplished batter of this current pair, take strike against Brett Hutton, and it wouldn't surprise me if we don't see the attempt to burgle a few quick runs from Gareth Berg. Just try and, well, if this is going to be a low-scoring game, then a 20-run partnership here could be absolutely massive. But you have to say, regardless of the conditions, 150 all out, Nottinghamshire will be cock-a-hoop with that scoreboard.
It's a debut for the live stream, isn't it? I don't think we've heard the word cock-a-hoop in Northants' comms box so far this season. But I appreciate the addition of it. It's a word that I just don't think gets used enough.
No, I don't know its origins.
I could Google it, but I'm not sure I'd trust the. I'm not sure I'd trust the answers.
Not whilst connected to the Northants club Wi-Fi.
No, maybe good idea. I'll save it for someone else.
Big shout, looks like it's going down leg side, and I think Brett Hutton realised that pretty quickly.
Yeah, not much going for it. Looks like there is a band of rain coming across the country just south of us at Northampton. which may or may not hit us at 1 o'clock-ish, according to the
Well, after yesterday,
radar.
it would. Yeah, and there's that sign of Gareth Berg probably thinking, well, I might have to start playing a few shots here. It wasn't a particularly attractive one, but he was looking to hoik that over towards Cow Corner. I think that's the right approach. No point trying to hang on here with one wicket down. Yeah, after yesterday, where we were probably the unluckiest people weather-wise in terms of this tiny cloud that basically just decided to hover over the ground. If we could miss some rain today, that would be much appreciated.
Just followed him there, didn't he? Just saw Gareth Berg give himself a little bit of room there, and Brett Hutton wise to that and followed.
Yeah, as he invites his fielders, who predominantly were on the boundary, to come in now with 2 balls of the over remaining to try and keep Gareth Berg off strike for the next over.
When I had a chat with Phil Rowe at the Hampshire game, he was quite complimentary of Jack White's batting as a youngster. Actually said he was more of a batter than a bowler back in the day. So don't write off Jack White.
And that is a glorious shot.
Calypso.
Gareth Berg. He takes a step over to the offside and just clips that over towards the backward square boundary. 1 bounce 4. And now, can he steal a single off the final ball of the over? Not many places to do it. I suppose he'll be looking probably just to run it again somewhere behind square on the onside. I imagine this ball might be somewhere fairly full and fairly offsidey.
Yeah. The positive is, if you do beat the infield, it's pretty unlikely it's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean,
you can choose whether you want 1 or 3.
Exactly. So, I mean, although it doesn't look particularly inviting with the field that's set at the moment, if you can get it through, there is definitely a 1 available, and it would be a turn up for the book, Sam, if we did see one race across the Northants outfield and disappear over the rope for 4.
The last thing Northants want here. Oh, and that has cut Gareth Berg in half. Dot ball to end the over, 4 from it. Jack White will be on strike against Dane Patterson. That's gone straight over the top of middle stump from Brett Hutton, who is still in with a chance of a 3rd 5-foot of the 2023 County Championship in just his 4th game.
Even more remarkable, the performance from the Notts bowlers so far this morning without Luke Fletcher. We've not seen him on the field this morning. I'm pretty sure I didn't see him in the warm-ups either. Don't know, haven't got any official word, but...
Oh, well batted by Jack White, a in-swinger, which he just managed to tuck off his pads for 1. Job done for the over, Jack.
Yeah, be incredibly disappointed, won't they, to let Jack White get off strike quite so easily, that first ball of the over.
Yeah, well, it was in the circumstances, it was not the ball to bowl, was it?
No.
I suppose he was searching for the wicket of the LBW. So with about 14 minutes until the lunch interval, don't forget that after lunch we're expecting David Willey, Northampton's recently announced T20 captain, to be joining us up on comms. Would love to put your questions to him. And don't forget you can get in touch on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC, via email stream at nccc.co.uk, stream at nccc.co.uk. So whatever you want to put to David Willey, we'd be absolutely delighted to be
Really looking
the
forward to that
messengers,
chat as well. I think someone of David Willey's experience to bring him into this live stream and get the opportunity to have a chat with him.
As Gareth Berg plays a sort of pitching wedge out to the man who is hovering halfway between, or 2/3 of the way to the long off boundary. As you'd expect, no run.
No, from a cricket fan's perspective, to have a chat with David Willey, a guy that's played over 100 times for England, IPL experience just this season with RCB and previously with Chennai Super Kings as well.
Full wide delivery, just scoots under the bat of Gareth Berg.
Really, really good opportunity to have a chat with a guy with so much experience and so much knowledge to share on the game of cricket. I had a chat with him this morning. Really excited to be back at Northampton. I won't spoil all of the conversation that I had with him, but yeah, it seems really enthusiastic about being back at Wantage Road.
And
we don't mind how they come.
They'll come back for 2. Or will they? Yes, in the end. There was a mid-pitch conversation, literally conversation, between Berg and White, who had a good 5-second chat about what to do. And in the end, they did come back for 2.
Did Gareth Berg think that was going for 4? Is that why they stopped?
I think Gareth Berg thought, well, I'll take the single and then there's 1 ball for you to survive, Jack, and then I'll have the strike at the other end. But I think Jack White's approach was, well, listen, we're not in a position to be turning down too many runs here.
No.
Argument for both batters' perspectives.
Umpires coming together as well for a conversation. I can't see any rain coming down.
Yeah, it was a conversation instigated by Richard Illingworth, and he has indeed called on the ground staff. I don't know whether that's because they've had news through on their radios that a heavy shower is on its way and it's best practice to get these covers on ASAP. But you would assume, therefore, we will be taking lunch. And that's been confirmed by the scorers. So a bit of a horror session for Northants. It started reasonably well, the first 50 minutes or so, with Ricardo Vasconcelos and Saif Zaib rotating the strike nicely and looking reasonably comfortable. But then after Saif Zaib played a loose shot and was caught for 35, the wickets have tumbled, and having been 113 for 2, Northants have reached lunch 137 for 9, with Gareth Berg 7 not out, Jack White 1 not out, and in fact the rain, I can see, has started to fall here. So let's hope it is a brief shower and not something similar to what we saw yesterday. But we'll be back hopefully in 40 minutes time, and hopefully not long after that being joined by David Willey. So do get your questions in on email, stream@nccc.co.uk, or on Twitter @NorthamptonCCC. But from myself and from Dan, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you hopefully without too much delay for the afternoon session. Good afternoon, welcome back to Wantage Road, where a little later than expected, about an hour's delay we've had after the lunch break, we are ready for some cricket to resume. Northampton's resuming on 137 for 9, having suffered a collapse of 7 for 17 in the morning session here on day 2. So the last wicket pair of Jack White and Gareth Berg come to the crease, looking to see what they can lift this Northants first innings total up to. I'm delighted to say that Dan and I have been joined by David Willey. Welcome, David.
Cheers. I don't know whether you're delighted. We'll see how it goes. My first time on commentary, so yeah. I went for a bat in the indoor school, and we were 100 for 2, and come back out and we're 9 down. So
yeah, tricky conditions. I guess kind of ideally suited to this this not seam attack. I suppose that's kind of the glimmer of hope, isn't it, for the Northants boys, is actually if they can replicate the tight lines that Notts have bowled this morning, then there's no reason they can't create plenty of chances.
yeah, definitely. I think the lads have said, like, when the lights have been on and it's overcast, it's done a bit. So hopefully when we come back out, you know, it stays similar conditions or a little bit more overcast and does plenty.
Nice shot from Gareth Berg for no run. He'll be looking to farm most of the strike. It's Dane Patterson who is finishing his over from the David Capel end, which he does indeed do.
We have gone out to the Northants fans and supporters to bring some questions in for you whilst you're with us for this short time. So there's no pressure on you to kind of give us the best David Willey commentary that we've got. We've got plenty of talking points for you.
Good. I'm not into, unless it's a bit of copying the old Brian Lara on the PlayStation. I haven't got much in my locker, so yeah, fire away.
Let's hold the triggers down. And was it circle or square to wallop them for 6?
I think it's circle.
Was it
think,
circle?
Yeah,
Was
I think
it?
square was a block.
Oh, clearly
Great
didn't
game.
use enough of those.
Brett Hutton continuing. He's on 4 for 24. He's bowled very nicely this morning. I was so bad at Brian Lara cricket. The thing that used to get me is you'd go for the quick single, and then next thing you know, they'd just run you out because you'd think, oh well, drop and run. But yeah, I never really got going on that. Who were the commentators on that? Aggers and Ian Bishop and.
Yeah, I was going to say something's going on with the sound there, isn't it?
Some running repairs from Dan as.
Super shot. Hardly seemed to hit it. Pay money just to watch that. Edged for 2 down to third man.
Well, for your debut, David, you're full of beans, that's for sure.
Here for a good time, not a long time.
I'll fix the audio. Good news.
Perfect.
Welcome back.
Complaints
Anyway,
coming in.
yeah, there were. Well, only from our producer anyway.
Okay.
But welcome back. I know we had this same conversation this morning, but back at Northants, excited to be here?
Yeah, absolutely. This box wasn't here when I was here. In fact, I think this is just not long change from a football ground when I first started coming up here. So, yeah, look, this place is special ground to me. You know, I grew up on the outfield playing cricket and behind the back of these stands where the road goes round. So, it's lovely to be back. And you know, in my time away, I've always watched how Northants have done closely. And yeah, it's great to be back. And hopefully, I can have a positive impact on the place. Hopefully.
We've got everything crossed, and I'm sure you will as well. I think you get a there's a buzz around. I think when you're around, if that makes sense. Like the players and the rest of the squad, they kind of, I don't know, you just see a bit, it just upped it slightly.
I don't know. I know a few of the guys from when I was here previously, and some of them quite a lot of them obviously played against, so they're probably thinking, what's it actually like to be on the same side as, because I can fire it up a little bit. Sometimes I need a little bit to get me going out there, so I can try and pick a fight with someone just to get me into the battle. So no, hopefully, I've spent the last few days just trying to build relationships with the guys and get to know them as cricketers, of the same team and as players and people off the field.
Single turned down by Gareth Berg there. I think
still got some sound issues, I think.
I think what you're getting there is the wind on the effects mic. Is it sort of like a...
Yeah.
I'm afraid that is just the conditions outside.
Goodness me, I want that all day. It'd send me mad. I think it is. I think you're right.
So when did you get back from India exactly?
I've been back nearly 2 weeks now.
And so what that decision to sort of come back, obviously you were, I think, struggling with a toe and an abductor.
Yeah.
But my understanding is you perhaps you could have stayed and you could have played a bit more. Or
I think, I mean, I might, if we'd have made the knockouts, I might have been able to get fit for then. But you know, a fractured toe and a quad strain. So it's just the rehab and building back up. You know, it's the intensity and level you've got to be at to play at over there. That you know, you're not sort of nursing yourself through a game at 80%. You've got to be 100%, and there was no chance that I was going to be 100%. You know, for pretty much the remainder of the tournament. So so ruled out, unfortunately. But the experience itself was great. I mean, it's a fantastic competition, and you're rubbing shoulders with some of the best players from around the globe, and so much you can learn from them while you're out there.
And I guess a sort of blessing in disguise for Northampton. They're now going to get you for the whole of the Blast, and obviously coming in as captain. How much are you looking forward to the start of that tournament?
Yeah, buzzing for it. Obviously, the build-up's not ideal with 2 championships the 2 previous weeks, so I think we've got 1 day's practice and straight in. So, you know, I think we've got to be realistic about our expectations at the start of that competition, and as long as we're improving and, you know, finishing polar opposite to the way Northants finished last year, hopefully we'll be in a good place, because I think we've got a good side, good overseas, and we've got a nice balance to the side going into that competition. So I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, you know, captaincy's exciting for me and pretty special with this being my home club, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, so if you want to ask any questions to David, then there's 2 ways you can get in touch. As Gareth Berg plays a nice drive down to the man at long off, but no chance for a single with just 2 balls of the over bowled. Yeah, 2 ways to get in touch. Great opportunity to ask David Willey anything you want within reason. The email is stream@nccc.co.uk, and on Twitter @NorthantsCCC. So just on that captaincy issue decision, it's obviously been one that's caused a few waves. When did those discussions start, and how did it all come about?
Well, like, if I'm being completely honest, like when I signed back for the club, I said, look, in the long term, at some stage, I would like to be captain. It's something that I've done at Yorkshire, done it a bit with the Superchargers, so it was something that was of interest to me. And I said, you know, the timing's got to be right for everybody. And obviously, with me not being here and not being available for probably the first few games, that was never going to be this season. But obviously that's changed, given me coming back early and being here for the full competition.
So once that became clear that you were going to be available, was that John contacted you and said, actually, let's make it happen this year?
Yeah, obviously there's the cricket border involved as well, and you know, it needs to be cleared. You can't make big decisions like that, you know, single-handedly. I think there's a cricket committee that's been put in place to, you know, make sure the decisions are made for the best interest of the club. And so, you know, I presume those guys had sat around a table and had the relevant conversations. That could slow outfield, isn't it?
Yeah, and Ben Slater comes around and feels it is really slow. We were saying, actually, you know, obviously 130, well, now 142 for 9 is not a good score regardless of conditions, but you can probably add 30 to that given the value for shots that the guys have been getting out there. It's just been so much rain that I mean, I don't know how many boundaries we've had in total.
Just have to go area when the Blast.
Absolutely.
Makes the decision making slightly easier.
Hopefully it's a bit warmer as well, because
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be much fun at 7 o'clock at night watching if it's freezing cold.
Don't put everyone off, David. We're trying to sell some tickets.
No, I'm just realistic.
Yeah,
or miserable.
We've had
Will you choose which? Come on, he's going to take the short side on here. Have a dip. No, FD.
Yeah. Not only can you get your T20 Plus tickets, you can also get a new range of Northamptonshire jumpers endorsed by David Willey in the club shop. So there's plenty of places that you can spend your money on a Friday night down here at Wantage Road. There's a couple of questions and bits and pieces have come in. One from Gambo, which you've kind of spoken about already, about how does it feel being back home? You've obviously kind of spoken about that one, and remembers playing for ONS. ONS.
Yeah, the ONS.
When you were younger, he played at Wolverton Town Cricket Club.
Wolverton.
Played in the
I don't think they weren't even. I think that all changed when I was playing.
Oh, okay.
But I did play for the ONs. Still my club. I'm still on the WhatsApp group for the ONs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Does everybody get a bit excited when you pop up in the?
I don't say
David
too
Willey
much.
is typing and everyone's gone, oh my goodness, what's happening now? I'm available this weekend.
We've got 8 for the threes. Anyone know anyone?
Honestly, I was so bad at club cricket. I was absolutely hopeless. I remember one game I was actually on the staff here, and I went back and played it. I played against my old school, and there was this guy. He must have been called Zed Barber. He must have been in his 50s, and he bowled these little seamers. We played against Findon, one of the best teams, so it was always good rivalry. And Zed Barber got 7 for, and I went at 8 or something. Didn't get any wickets or anything. Got no runs. I was absolutely pointless. It was embarrassing.
People talk about sort of a first class length and stuff like that. Is that the issue when you're playing on club wickets? You need to be bowling full and straight rather than trying to find the outside edge because people don't get anywhere near it.
I don't know, mate. I couldn't work out. I couldn't work club cricket out. So yeah. No, I think. Look, I love playing the ONs. I grew up there as well. I love going back there. It's my school was across the road, NSB. So I've still got some friends that play there and stuff. So it's nice to still be in touch with those guys, and hopefully I'll get the opportunity to pop down there and let my little lad have a run around at the club as well. I've
heard that so many times from pro bowlers that have gone back to play club cricket and just gone, I've hated every second of it.
I reckon you got about half volleys.
All of us idiots just stand there, clear your front leg, get the bottom hand out and hoik it towards the leg side. And first of all, I think most pros look at that and are quite disgusted. But I think second of all, I'm not convinced the training that you go through as a pro actually kind of has anything to counter that type of batting. Yeah, I think you almost need to bowl what we'd consider a half volley on straight full
pitches
toss,
here.
I suspect would probably be good enough for a lot of them.
You see a lot of overseas come over and bowl this beautiful back of a length line, and no one gets anywhere near it. As Gareth Berg clearly targeting the boundary straight down the ground. Hasn't had much luck in getting any bat on it. Certainly off Brett Hutton at the moment.
Cricket Drew sent a question in. Fantastic to have you back at Northants. Any plans to open the batting in the T20s?
I think that's one that's we've got to look at how we balance the side best and utilise everything we've got. I think opening the batting is probably the best position for me, but we'll just have to see whether we feel that's as a leadership group, whether we feel that's the best way to make the most of it. There we go.
And
I said take on the short side. Good lad.
And that's 6 for Gareth Berg, just deposited over towards the old signal box. And as a percentage of the total, that's quite helpful. Yeah, that's just the 13th boundary of the innings. When actually, when you look at most cards, as a percentage of the total runs, that's pretty low, isn't it? Which just shows that shows how sluggish this outfield's been. But yeah, the aerial route's probably the one to take.
I think they're still going to have guys back on this short side. I think Bergie will still look to go over the top of them. It's not very far.
No, it's a short boundary.
60 yards or something. Probably,
yeah.
So
down towards the old signal box, whereas it's a.
That's an old football stand, isn't it? That I think. Did you know that?
Which one? The cinch stand.
Cinch stand.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly you can see straight boundary, a straight line, perfect sort of length for a football pitch.
5-a-side pitch maybe, but pretty sure that. You could probably put it behind the goal, couldn't you?
Yeah, your friend earlier today, Sam Ray, who lives next to the Harry Potter world, he said that he's been a Northants fan since the 70s when we shared the club or shared the ground with the football club.
Yeah, it was literally it was here. I mean, I'm not that old, like but yeah, it was where this indoor school is. So I know when my dad was playing here, I think he might have done a bit of work on the ground on the football club in the winter. Or was it certainly, I think there might be a couple of. Is that 4? Is that going to?
Don't think
There
so.
we go. It is. It's made it.
Yeah, another boundary. Gareth Berg adding some useful runs here. 150 up for Northants. Just think if there's some way this last pair with a bit of aggression from Gareth Berg can get Northants up to 180, which is some way off from where we are with 1 wicket remaining. But if you then get a new ball in your hands, get rid of the top 2 or 3 early, given the way Notts have scored their runs this year, then could be back in the game. Yes, so working on the ground staff at Northampton Town or playing out for RCB in the winter, it's changed a bit, hasn't it?
It certainly has. It certainly has. To be when I was younger, I actually did a bit of groundsman work in one summer for the ONs as well. Actually, tell you what, don't underestimate how hard it is to drive a roller backwards. Honestly, so difficult. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done, I think. Especially when I've been in MBs the night before until 4 a.m. But
Is that one of the spots that you walked past on your leg stretch yesterday, Sam?
Listen, I'm keeping my cards close to my chest where I ended up last night.
Had a miraculous recovery with your back, whatever you got up to. I'm not quite sure what it was, but you are right. Driving a roller backwards, I've had the displeasure of it once, and I've never been asked to do it again.
yeah, not easy.
One of the hardest.
And it looks dreadful when you go on the pitch. Like, to rectify it, you've got to go all over the shop to get it back.
Attacking field as you'd expect for Jack White, who's desperate to add to his tally of first-class runs, but Gareth Berg is having none of it. 2 balls for Jack White to survive.
Jack White's telling me, I haven't seen much of him bat, telling me how good his reverse sweep is. I said well,
He's making a bid for the team to get in the T20 side, is he?
Yeah, well, I was like, come on, I'm going up to do a bit of comms. Like, what are your areas? He said, oh, a really good reverse sweep. And I was like, well, I've got to be honest, mate, looking at the score, we're probably not going to see a great deal of spin.
Be a bold shot against Dave Patterson as well.
As that one zips past the outside edge. But he does his job, survives the over, and that brings Gareth Berg back onto strike.
Ray, the chap who lives next to the Harry Potter studios, but also remembers when the ground was shared with the Cobblers, has passed on his congratulations on the T20 appointment. The T20 captaincy appointment. And he's kind of gone on to say, how do you rate our chances of getting to finals day this year?
Look, I sat down yesterday doing a bit of media stuff, and they were like, "Oh, we've got to be looking to get out the group, and what about finals day? We've not been there since I think it was 2016. They were last at finals day the year after I'd left when they won it. And look, I think for me, yeah, it'd be great. Let's go and win it. Like obviously, that's. I think there's every team that's thinking about.
It's gone high up in the air.
That's going to be
safe. Going to land safely. There's a top edge from Gareth Berg, and interestingly, they've taken the single. I don't quite understand the logic there, but
no, it's one of those questions, isn't it? It's like, oh,
yeah.
How do you think? Well, obviously, I'd like to win it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I think with the side we've got and the way we want to play our cricket, I think if we play anything like, I think we're a good chance to find ourselves in a position that hopefully we can push out the group towards the back end. But as I said, with the preparation and stuff, like there isn't any for a large. It's been a small squad. There's no option to rotate and give guys a few days. Maybe miss the Champo next week to build up into that start the blast. Like guys are going to roll out of a Champo game 3 days later, be playing in the blast. So look, as I said before, we've got to be realistic about how we start the competition. And for me, it's about us growing and learning as quickly as we can throughout the competition, so we're playing our best cricket at the end when it really matters.
Yeah, and then in terms of prep as well, I mean, there were 2 games against the Netherlands yesterday, weren't there, that were washed out?
Yeah.
At Dunstable, just to kind of throw that into the mix of unhelpfulness.
Yeah,
as well.
I think there's a couple of games next week, and there's one on the Monday just before as well. But again, like we've sort of hurt with injuries here at the minute, and again only having a small squad, these guys are going to be playing. There might be one or two lads that are one or two overseas guys that are playing in the second team to get a bit of cricket under their belt, but other than that, lads are going to have to roll straight out of the game at Hampshire into the blast, and so it's tough for them, and that's what's hard about county cricket. I think they call it the grind, because it is tough. It eats away at you, and it's a long old season. So we won't. I think we're going to play good cricket because we've got good players and guys that complement each other well, and we will play good cricket. But as I said, it's about playing our best cricket at the right time of the competition.
Expansive from Berg, but again landing safe, and he gets the single that, assuming Jack White can survive this final delivery of Brett Hutton's over, will give Gareth Berg the strike. So obviously it's been 7 seasons since you last played here. You come across Northants at Yorkshire as an opposition player, but how much of the last couple of weeks has been kind of getting to know some of the guys, particularly the younger guys that have emerged as white ball players in the last couple of years? Has that been kind of a big part of your time in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I've been away 5 weeks, so the first week I stayed at home, spent a bit of time with my family. Got 2 young kids, so I think what's really important with the cricket schedule is you balance that work life balance, and with that I spent a little bit of time at home, and then been down here the last few days with the guys. Obviously they were in Taunton, so they weren't around anyway. So since they've been back up here, I've been around just getting to know the guys, and the lads that aren't playing this doing a bit of white ball stuff, and it's been good just to get to know them and talk about the game and how I'd like us to play, and just try and draw on my experience, and hopefully ask some questions that make them think about the game differently and can grow their game.
Quickly, Archie sent in a question, nothing to do with cricket.
Love that.
But I suspect
he's got the right idea. He knows I don't know anything about it. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Plenty of time spent in motorway service stations, I suspect, over the years. And he's gone on to say, what's your go-to meal deal?
I don't go for a meal deal.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, Archie. That was disappointing, wasn't it? No, I don't really go for meal deals, I don't.
When you get an IPL contract, you're not mucking around with meal deals.
Come on, man. Come on. No.
It's the 3 for 12 quid at M&S, isn't it?
Savage. We wouldn't mind David coming back up here at some point.
You're actually, the 3 for 12 is actually, you're actually. Yeah, and a coffee.
Oh,
I love my coffee. So.
See, work hard, lads, as young cricketers, and one day you could be enjoying the 3 for 12.
Well, rather than talking about quavers and chicken and bacon sandwiches.
Yeah.
Well, that took a turn, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
I didn't quite expect that's where that conversation was going to go.
This is now the just quickly changing the subject.
Back to the cricket.
This is now the second highest partnership of the innings, which says a lot about the second half of that morning session today.
We lose 7 for 13 or something like that, wasn't it?
7 for 17.
7 for 17.
Once again, the single turned down. This is a game of cat and mouse at the moment. Yeah, this partnership now worth 27. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Saif Zaid put on 77. But yeah, a pretty devastating collapse this afternoon.
How much have these two put on?
27.
27. I reckon Knots have got this a little bit wrong,
We think, trying to be cute with the strike?
Just a little bit. Like, there's obviously plenty in the pitch still. Like,
just try and get them out.
To have everybody on the fence, like, and nobody in front of the bat. Like,
yeah.
We've seen a couple of mishits that just like lobbed to what would be a 30-yard circle. They've just moved second slip out into cover there. But I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, that's
Champo cricket for 2 years. So.
You see it a lot though, with 10th wicket partnerships. Suddenly, what served aside so well goes out the window, and they start trying to, bounce people out or get cute with the field, and you think, well, hang on, you've taken 7 for 17 by bowling length.
It's easy up here, isn't it? Easy game.
And there is the single on the 5th ball of the over.
I think it's a very valid point, though. They've not made Gareth Berg's life particularly difficult with batting with Jack White, have they? They've allowed him to rotate, or not rotate, but to keep the strike when he's wanted to, and don't really. I mean, Jack so far hasn't really seemed in. Still waiting to see the reverse sweep, mind you, but
He's going to get cleaned up now, isn't he? Like,
probably,
you were
yeah.
just about to say he's not seemed too troubled.
Oh, expansive from Jack White.
See, he wants the strike.
That's the over bowled. Yeah, I suppose one question we probably need to get out of the way is obviously Josh was disappointed to lose the captaincy there. How were your conversations with him prior to the announcement, and and how do you guys move forward as a team with that change and making sure sort of everyone's buying into the? I mean, it was very clear from Cobby's statement that there's no question over his commitment to the team, but obviously disappointed that he won't be captaining. Is that something you did discuss with him, or?
Yeah, well, after he had the call from Sads, I gave him a few hours to stew on it, and then called him myself. And
yeah, you obviously must know him well from.
Yeah, obviously played with him here. We got to I think we lost in the final in 2015.
Bold.
Let's clean them up.
And the length delivery does for Gareth Berg, who goes for 23 useful runs. Northamptonshire all out 158, having been 113 for 2. 5 wickets for Brett Hutton, his 3rd of the season. The Northants old boy
nip back,
haunting his old side with another 5-wicket haul, and he is right up the top of the Division 1 wicket takers this season. If you don't mind, David, we'll keep chatting. Usually we'd go off for a 10-minute break, but given we've got you up here, if you don't mind.
You've got me for another 5.
Okay.
If I get in trouble, I'll send them over here to have a word with you. But yeah, look, I know what it's like to get a disappointing phone call as much as anybody. Like talk about 2019 World Cup for being the prime example. So, look, I said to Cobby, I said, Cobby, I'm reaching out to you here. I could sit on the phone here and say, I respect you as a bloke and list you a load of positives and all of this, but I've been on the end of those phone calls where they do that, and at this right now you want to tell them where to go. Like, you're not interested in hearing that when obviously you've received bad news. So I just wanted to reach out to him and said, look, mate, however you want to deal with this, whatever you want to do from a public point of view or with the group, or however, if you want some time or whatever you want to do, like I respect that, and you're gonna have no issues with me in that respect. So like his statement that followed up the announcement, like I respect it. Like it's completely up to him how he wants to manage that and deal with that, and that's fine. Like he's allowed to do that.
And that's something actually do sort of pick up from things like Josh's statement, but also the way John's spoken about it and the way you've just spoken about it is everyone seems very open, and there's no hiding behind things here. Things are out in the open, and I think that's probably much healthier than people sort of keeping things to themselves, right?
It's much better. I think one of the things that when I left the club, people, and I think this is a thing in the game a lot, like people don't like having those difficult conversations or confronting an issue. It's very much, people go into the back corner of the dressing room and discuss their niggles with someone they confide in, and actually, like, I'd like us to get to a point where actually if we've got a problem with something, let's go and speak to whoever the problem's with and let's talk about it. And I think it can be healthy if it's done in the right way. Like, don't get me wrong, I used to do it when I was a young kid here, like growing up, I got things wrong. Like my relationship with Ben Duckett, he used to think I bullied him, but I actually had my best intentions for him. I thought this guy can play, and his I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying, like, he was making some silly mistakes that I thought, like, I was trying to help him, but my immaturity, the way I delivered it, it just wasn't constructive. And I look back on that now, I'm aware of that now, and I'll hold my hands up. But to this day, I still say, like, I thought you were a seriously good player, and just didn't want you to mess it up.
Yeah. Well, thanks for being so honest, David. It's really, I think everyone will appreciate that. Just looking ahead to that first game, a week next Wednesday here against the Rapids. Sort of, how close are you to, you and John, to having an idea of that starting 11?
Picking itself at the minute. We ain't got too many fit, so
It makes life easier in one respect.
Just don't start knocking on our door, whatever you do.
Yeah. Look, I think we've got a pretty good idea. We've got the meats and bones. There's going to be a couple of decisions to make on how we want to go with makeup of the side, and something I'm really important. I feel really important that we have some consistency. So you give guys, if you feel like that's the best team for the first game, it's that doesn't change if it doesn't go to plan come the second game. Obviously, naturally, there's going to be some changes in there depending on your opposition and potentially, if you went to Old Trafford on an old pitch or something, we don't do that straight away. But there's a time and a place that you might make a change to the balance of the side, and that's fine. But if you're picking guys because you believe that's your best 11, you've got to stick to your guns. And if it ends up being wrong, then you hold your hands up and go, actually, maybe we got that wrong, and that's fine. We're human.
Yeah, looking ahead though, anything kind of quickly before you say you got 5? You said you had 5 minutes, probably about 7 minutes ago. So I'll ask you one more, but feel free to stay as long as you want. We're not kicking you out. Anybody that's kind of watching this, listening to it, or anyone that picks it up and kind of goes, I'm not too sure whether I want to go down there for one of these blast games. Like what are the draws here on one of the evenings, one of the Saturday, Sunday afternoons for one of the blast games? What can you kind of tell the fans that they can look forward to?
Look, I think it's a great evening, and I played it as an opposition in the last few years, and credit to the guys in the office and stuff, like they've marketed it, and it is a great evening. Like they pack this place out. The attendance great. It's a great atmosphere, and the pitches. You only have to look at the scores last year, like 200 plus pretty much every game. It's entertaining, and I want us to play in that way as well. So. No doubt there's going to be some high-scoring games with balls flying all over the place, and it's the atmosphere with when this is, I don't know what's the capacity here, 6,000 or
6,500, something like that.
Like it feels like more than that because you're so close. Like they're packed up to the advertising boards, and it creates for a great atmosphere. So it's great fun. I think bring the kids along. If it's not too late and they can enjoy it as a family, standards and bits that go on in the background for the kids and stuff, and it should be good fun. Do
your kids come down? Will they come down?
They will come down.
Yeah.
We'll probably try and find ourselves a little Airbnb or something, and when we've got a few games at home in a block, and they'll come down. And my boy loves cricket, so I'm like looking forward to him coming down and being able to have a little run around on the outfield and stuff. He's cricket mad. Loves batting.
Well, it is in the blood, isn't it?
It is, yeah. How many 3 generations have played for England?
Do you know the answer?
No.
I imagine it's none.
If you're asking about cricket questions and stats, you're absolutely talking to the wrong person. I've got no idea. Honestly, I sit in team we don't have team meetings with international stuff, but even at the IPL, I'm sat there. We're talking about some players, and I'm like, I don't even know if he's left-handed or right-handed.
I was going to ask. So
I've been batting sometimes, and I've not known whether they're bowled left or right-handed. I'm watching this ball, and I'm like.
Well, it's interesting because there's such a drive towards data and analysis, but that's not your style.
I think there's a time and a place for it. I think you can run away with it far too much.
Yeah.
Like you've got to play the game that's in front of you, not just play it by numbers. Like. What them old dice you used to roll. If you want to play by numbers, just do.
How's that?
How's that game? What a game that was.
We're bringing out some nostalgia here with Brian Lara and the How's That game.
Well, people are going to go, this guy's an absolute proper cricket.
A massive cricket badger that doesn't know who bats left or right-handed.
Yeah,
you're in a safe space here.
Yeah,
I think the audience are going to sympathise. Bit of How's That, bit of Brian Lara.
Yeah.
And
I think I used to come down here. I spent days. In fact, the groundsman hut. I'm sure my parents used that as childcare. Like I stuffed me up there and knew I'd be safe for the day. So,
well, there you go. If you buy a ticket for the Blast and you bring your kids along and they get too much, just dump them in the groundsman's
there's going to be a
hut.
queue over there now. Like,
The creche.
I'd maybe
Creche,
not.
yeah.
I think
Craig
that's called,
Harvey
I
will
think
love
that's
that.
called Rowdy Corner. Maybe don't take your kids over there. So keep them.
The covers will get on quickly though. If you've got sort of
3,000
100
children
kids.
pushing they might not end up where they need to be, but they'll get somewhere quickly.
be like in Sri Lanka when you have an army of people who can cover the whole ground in like 2 minutes.
What's the deal with people going on the outfield these days? Are people allowed on the outfield, or is it health and safety? Or
Well, some grounds do it. I don't think it happens. Well, I think the issue this summer has been there's been so much rain. Actually, if you
groundsmen were telling me that we have never lost this year. We haven't lost a day of play or practice to a wet outfield. He told me that 2 days ago, and then yesterday was washed out with a wet outfield.
They have earned their keep this summer so far.
They earn their keep every summer.
Yeah.
Those guys, oh my goodness me, they put a shift in.
Yeah, people are allowed on the outfield at Wantage Road at lunch and tea.
In the Blast. Quickly,
In the-
guys, I'm going. Let
Yeah.
me know whether people are allowed on the outfield.
After the game, maybe?
After the game. I'd
Yeah.
like to see that.
It's always, the thing is, like from a fan's perspective, and that's ultimately what Sam and I are, it's always really nice to be able to get as close to where you guys have just played.
Yeah.
It's so different being able to go down and have a look at a 22 yards that you guys are used to,
Yeah.
compared to any clubby that goes down and looks at their 22 yards and you go, wow, that is like night and day difference compared to
Yeah,
what
it
I'm
is.
used to.
It
And
really
it's
is.
amazing to go and see the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know whether people in the office are watching this, but I think people should be allowed on the outfield after the Blast games.
Yeah.
It just creates a nice sort of family feel, and generally it's just kids using the advertising boards as the stumps.
Chaos.
Yeah,
Absolute chaos. But just
balls flying, soft balls flying everywhere, but we'll see.
Yeah, just finally on that point before you obviously shoot, young cricketers playing All-Stars and Dynamos within Northamptonshire, they can get free entry to the double header of the T20 on the 31st, so long as they're wearing their All-Stars or their Dynamos shirt as well. So that's another nice incentive.
That's a great value family day out, isn't it?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
get them on the outfield.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's get them on the outfield as well. So I'll be pushing for that. I'll pop over to the other side now and see if we can organise that. But yeah, I think it's great to get guys, of all ages and genders down here watching, and I think it's a good way to get kids into it, like get them on the outfield and let them have
get them
a
close.
play.
Can't do it at Old Trafford, can you?
No, you can't. And do you know what? That was one of the incentives actually for me coming back down here. Was like, I want my boy and girl would sit in a stand, like 2 or 3 tiers high at Headingley, and have absolutely, have a bit funny on you, whether you're allowed on the ground as well, after games and stuff, or even on a practice day. So I have to be able to come down here and and then be close to it and be able to come and have a run around on the outfield. Like it's what I grew up knowing, and obviously if it's a health and safety thing, then that's different. But if it's just because they don't want a few scuffs on the outfield, then come on, let's give the groundsmen something else to do. They can repair them.
Well, listening to you talk, David,
Please replace your divots.
Exactly. You can tell that this is a place really close to your heart, and you really care about the club in all respects. So we're really grateful for your time and for your openness and honesty and your ideas. And you're welcome up here anytime.
Thank you very much. No, it's been good fun. I said I'd wait for Duckett. Actually, I said he was like, "What are you doing? You going to the gym, Dave?" He was taking the mick. He thinks I just live in the gym. I said, "No, mate. I'm going up to commentate. I'm waiting for you to come out so I can give you a little send off on the comms."
Oh, well, you're welcome to hang around.
Yeah, come on, let's go. Let's have one ball of
All right.
Ducky. You know what's going to happen here? It's going to be another 15 minutes, isn't it?
So it's going to be Jack White, as you'd expect, from the Lynn Wilson Centre end to open the bowling. Hasib Hamid taking strike, and these 2 opening batters, Duckett and Hamid, have been where the vast majority of Nottinghamshire's runs have come this season, so Northampton will be hoping to get them early. It's a bit of a loose delivery from Jack White to start, just seeing if he can get it to swing.
Pie down the leg side. There you go. Let's finish on that.
Thank you,
Right.
David.
Cheers,
That's a real
guys.
treat, and yeah, like I say, anytime.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
Go well.
Have a good one.
Yeah, that's more like it from Jack White. Well, that was great, Dan. Really, really interesting to hear from Northampton's new T20 skipper, David Willey, and he was as open and honest as you'd expect, full of fun, great insight into the way he thinks and feels about the game.
Yeah, on fine form.
I think you can say either.
Yeah, both of those then.
Well, let's hope that positivity and energy continues into Northampton's bowling. Jack White with 4 slips, a point, a man catching at short cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and currently chatting down at fine leg is Jordan Buckingham.
Yeah.
You imagine we'll take the new ball from the other end?
I would have thought so. And yeah, if there is any doubt in anybody's mind to come down and watch some T20 through the summer, then hopefully that's convinced you.
It's a good start from Jack White, right on the money. And these are perfect Jack White conditions. We just need the lights to come on. That seemed to do the business, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, consider themselves pretty unlucky, I think, to bat through that morning session with those floodlights blazing out across the outfield here at Wantage Road, and clearly did make a considerable difference, didn't they? As well as Brett Hutton and Steve Mullaney and Dane Patterson bowled this morning did make a difference. I don't mind what anybody says about that. And then to come out with the new ball in some good conditions still.
Oh, and that's come back in at Hamid.
But with the lights off, you kind of go, wow, I wouldn't have minded that little extra bit of panache on these bowling conditions, which those floodlights would certainly provide. But Jack White, I mean, he's been the pick of the Northants bowlers for me so far this season. I think he's certainly the leading wicket taker for Northants this season with 14 at an average of 27.6, 16th overall, and I think 14 wickets is probably about 10 shy from where he deserves to be.
Edge, but short of Berg at third slip. But encouraging signs in a maiden over to start this Nottinghamshire reply to Northampton's 158 all out. And actually, having assumed it would be Jordan Buckingham to open the bowling, I think given the conditions and how well we saw people like Patterson and Mullaney and Hutton bowl for Nottinghamshire, it's going to be Gareth Berg who's going to try and get the ball to just wobble a bit.
Yeah, so he didn't take the new ball last week, did he? Buckingham down at Taunton, but obviously Sanderson was playing. I think, from memory, I think he came on second change, I think, Jordan Buckingham.
I mean, he's only played, 8 first-class games? And I was looking, he tends at South Australia to be a first or second change bowler. Did take the new ball in that one of the innings, I think, of that New Zealand A game you mentioned.
Yeah, 6 for 58 against New Zealand A at Lincoln over the winter.
And that's bang on the money from Gareth Berg to start. It's just that crop of Australian fast bowlers, isn't it? It's just in abundance at the moment. An incredibly plentiful and talented group of cricketers that Australia have got at their disposal. Yeah, and they're desperate this summer to show what they can do over here in English conditions. Michael Neser tearing it up for Glamorgan. That's the first runs of the Nottinghamshire innings. It's very nicely played by Ben Duckett. Races away for 4. He's timed that perfectly. No issues with a slow outfield there. Just a touch too straight from Gareth Berg. Yeah, obviously we had Chris Tremaine here for 3 games at the start of the season. He bowled very nicely in those 3 games. Was right up there in the wicket takers list after his spell at the club. We had some good chats with his uncle, didn't we, on email? We did, actually. So if there are any relations of Jordan Buckingham, get in touch with us. Might be a bit late in the evening now. Very good point. But you never know. Insomniac Buckingham family. If if you're struggling to sleep and you thought, oh, I know, Dan and Sam on the Northants live stream will send me off. At least send us an email. So for Berg, it's 3 slips, backward point, cover, shortish mid or wideish mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. But yeah, I think early wickets, stating the obvious, when you've scored 158, are going to be absolutely crucial, especially given how dominant Hamid and Duckett have been when it comes to the total runs scored for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, Hamid has got a very, very healthy first-class record, hasn't he? Not quite worked for him at the next step up. But Ben Duckett, on the other hand, obviously the current England Test opener, had a fantastic winter away in Pakistan and New Zealand, and batted, well, I think batted absolutely brilliantly in an England shirt over the winter.
Yeah, well, he's made the most. It's the timing has been brilliant, hasn't it? He came back into that side just as the kind of revolution that we've seen was beginning. Oh, and that jagged back at Hamid. Gareth Berg looks very disappointed, and I don't know if that's just because it didn't find an edge or whether because Goulston put it down, but I don't think it was a chance.
No, I don't think there was any bet on that, Sam. I think that's just gone off the seam, hasn't it?
And it's gone between that tiny gap between bat and midriff. Some encouragement from both ends. Yeah, so Duckett and Hamid have both scored over 300 runs. Duckett 362 runs at 45.25 so far this season. Hamid 318 runs at 39.75. Duckett's strike rate right up at 73, which kind of tallies with the way he's taken to Test cricket.
Yeah, 5th on the list overall, isn't he? No mean feat, and in some great company with the likes of James Vince, Ollie Pope, Keaton Jennings, Sam Hain, Josh Bohannon about. It's got very breezy out there.
Yeah, you probably can't hear much on the effects mic, and that's because we've had to turn it right down.
Not quite sure what's happened.
Well, I'll tell you what's happened is that Hasib Hamid, I don't know if Jack White failed to notify the umpire and therefore Ben Duckett that he was going to come around the wicket. But he certainly didn't. The message certainly didn't get through to Hasib Hamid, who was who was standing right where Jack White was going to deliver the ball, and it was only about 3 paces from the delivery stride. Oh, and that's a beauty from Jack White, which tails in towards Duckett before then just nipping away, and that must have been mighty close to an outside edge. Well, actually, in Duckett's defence, he played well inside the line, covered as off stump. So that's looked a little better from up here than still encouraging signs.
Absolutely. And I mean, Duckett's a class act, isn't he? Some very, very cold looking Northants fielders out there, aren't there? Rubbing their hands together, blowing into them as well. It's
a horrid day.
It doesn't look the most comfortable out there again here at Wantage Road. It is free after tea if you are in the, not that I've sold it particularly well, have I, with the weather, but it is free after tea if you fancy popping in. There will definitely be plenty of cricket left to play after tea on day 2 here in the match between Northants and Notts. So if you are in and around the area and you fancy popping in on your way back from work, as I said earlier, on your way out to, what nightclub did David Willie say? NB's?
NB's, yeah.
NB's. If you're on your way there and you think, I'd pop into Wantage Road on my way, then come in after tea. stream powered by Daffabet as well on the Northants YouTube channel. If you are struggling with any picture quality on YouTube, bottom right hand corner, I think off the top of my head, there's a little gear icon. Have a tap on that. Image quality, picture quality, something along those lines. It's fairly obvious. And just take the highest option, should be 1080p, and you'll get the... And a big appeal from Jack White to Hamid, and nothing on offer from the umpire. I think possibly sliding down leg. 4 slips and the wicketkeeper are interested. Jack White went up. And unfortunately, I think for Northants, that was missing leg stump.
Good though, dragging Hamid across. Just falling over a bit there, and that does bring the LBW into play. It's just doing a bit too much, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a touch. Would have been hoping that one just straightened off the seam, wouldn't he? Straight again, attacking the stumps. Fielded by Sam Whiteman. End of the over. 8 for no loss off 3.
Just turning the effects mic up to see what the wind's like.
Yeah, I've kept turning it down throughout the day, so if there has been not too many effects, it's just because it keeps, well, as you can hear now, it just keeps spiking. Just brings that crackle into the microphone.
Well, if you are watching, let us know whether you prefer no atmosphere or a bit of a crackly atmosphere, and we can respond to viewers' wishes.
Down the crease that time by Ben Duckett. Gone into the leg side, I think, for a couple of leg buys.
Optimistic headwear from Jack White.
Yeah. No, that's a fairly bold choice, that, isn't it, on a...
Especially when the wind's up.
I'd have thought a woolly hat might be more appropriate on a day like today.
I think every single other Northants fielder has their club cap on.
Down the leg side again, a good take by Harry Goldstone behind the stumps there.
Yeah.
Plenty of shape here for Gareth Berg, isn't there? If you are watching and you do want to get in contact with us, you can do on Twitter at Northants CCC or via email, which I think I've got wrong about 13 times this morning. But stream at nccc.co.uk if you want to get in contact with us.
Well done, Dan.
Thanks very much.
Nailed it.
17th time's the charm, isn't it? Into the leg side again. 4 more for Ben Duckett, who's whipped that through square leg for 4. Very exciting cricketer to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly scores his runs quickly, and that is a bit of a worry for Northants, having posted a low total themselves. If Ben Duckett hangs around for any length of time, then that could be eroded at some speed. Bit of cricketing history at Leicester today.
Oh, yeah, we've not gone round the grounds, have we,
Shall I
today?
do that?
Yeah,
No,
go
no.
on.
Well,
go on.
What's piqued my interest is so there's a stat doing the rounds last week that because Pujara scored 100 at Worcester for Sussex, and it was his 800 for Sussex, and he's yet to score a 50. If you see what I mean?
Oh, okay, yeah. It's not a bad stat to have, is it?
Anyway, a shocking failure for the
No.
Indians today, 77.
Sack him.
So his average is going to be about halved.
And through the onside again, that's going to be another 4 to Ben Duckett, this time through mid-wicket. 4 more to end the over. 18 now for no loss for Nottinghamshire.
It's just a bit leg-sidey, isn't it, from Gareth Berg there. Sort of see what he's trying to do is get the ball to do a bit, but it's probably a little short and a little leg-sidey. Yeah, okay, starting with Division 1. Essex versus Warwickshire. Essex were bowled out for 126. Warwickshire 191 for 9 in reply, so a low-scoring affair at Edgbaston, but pretty handy lead, you'd think, 65 at the moment for Warwickshire. Sam Hain with 45, Captain Will Rhodes with 63, and 4 wickets for Doug Bracewell.
Long time ago, very rogue fact, but I went to New Zealand and played some cricket at Doug Bracewell's dad's cricket academy in Napier. There you go.
Nice. Degrees of separation. At the Oval, where Middlesex, who were cruising along in their first innings at 166 for 1 before being bowled out for 209.
Oh, good delivery from Jack White. Beats Hamid outside the off stump. Bit of interest again. 4 slips for Jack White.
It's a Jaffa.
He's been so good to watch this year, Sam.
Yeah. Well, this would be a good time for Jack White to cause a bit of a flurry of wickets. Yeah, so in reply to Middlesex's 209, Surrey 137 for 3, Burns 88, out for 88. That game taking place in front of the Sky cameras, a full Sky production. There's actually there's a video on the County Championship Instagram page yesterday of every ball of Dan Worrell's destructive spell he took a 5 for in that Middlesex first innings. Because they got, the proper effects mic, the Sky cameras, because you don't have, a test match crowd, which we're used to with that production, you hear everything. So you hear, this is a bit nerdy, but the bowler's feet as they hit their delivery stride, the grunt of the bowler, the ball kissing the turf, then off the bat, the encouragement from the fielders, and then when the ball clashes into the stumps, that glorious sort of hollow sound.
Yeah,
it made me think I'd almost like that to be played in the background when I'm trying to get to sleep or something like that. Just the soothing sounds of the County Championship. So check that out on the County Championship Instagram feed.
Like county cricket ASMR type
exactly,
vibes.
Yeah. So I wonder if I can play it through my mic just to give you
why not?
an idea of what I'm talking about. Hopefully producer Alex won't be too upset with me going quite so rogue here.
Get copyrighted and get the stream taken down. Defended once again by Hamid to end Jack White's 3rd over of the day.
Right, here
and
you go.
Another maiden.
Brilliant.
You know what I mean?
It's very good.
Just those that little soundscape. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, so anyway, Surrey in a good position against Middlesex at the Oval. 137 for 3, trailing by 72 on the first innings against Middlesex. At Old Trafford, where we've had that slight injury scare with Jimmy Anderson. I don't think we've had any more news, just it's a minor injury that's kept him off the field today.
Oh, outside edge from Ben Duckett, who picks up another boundary. 4 more to the England opener. Into the 20s now, Notts, as that finds its way down to the deep 3rd boundary.
Yeah, so Somerset 284 for 7. More runs for James Rue, who looks like a really exciting young player. 105 for the Somerset keeper. Top score otherwise is Casey Aldridge's 46.
Oh, what a shot that is by Ben Duckett. Off drive. Fielders didn't move. And 4 more to the England opener, Ben Duckett. It's as good of a shot you'll see.
Yeah, slightly worrying signs for Northamptonshire.
We saw this yesterday morning, didn't we, with Emilio's fluent start, so it's not... Into the leg side for one more.
And then finally at Canterbury, there's been a bit of weather about. Kent, a 95 all out in their first innings yesterday. And in the limited play we've had today at Hampshire, they started well, 89 for naught, so trailing by 6 runs with 10 wickets in hand. Joe Weatherly, who's come in for Felix Organ at the top of the order, and Fletcher Middleton, both not out on 38 and 39 respectively.
Hamid yet to get off the mark here in Notts' first innings.
Be really interesting to hear from any Nottinghamshire fans watching, where you sort of, based on what you've seen of your side this season so far, where you see things going from here. Do you get in touch?
And Haseeb Hamid is now off the mark with a lovely punch through the covers to the boundary there.
Great footwork, wasn't it? I'm just going to turn that effects mic down.
Yeah. Yeah. Created the length for himself, didn't he? And pushed and punched Gareth Berg through that vacant cover area.
13 off this over already. And that deficit being eroded pretty quickly. Need these floodlights on if you're a Northants fan. It changed everything in the Northants innings.
No run this time.
I'm going to change the angle of that effects mic.
Yeah,
see
go
if
for
it
it.
makes a difference again. Doesn't seem to have made any difference. I'm afraid we'll probably have to forego the atmospherics for a while whilst the wind is up. It's very blowy out there. The flags are energetically waving.
Yeah, there's no real sweet spot there either, is there? Because it's still quite nice, isn't it, to have a little bit of a murmuring going on from the background. The crackling, it's not so bad. I don't mind it like that. Big swing from Ben Duckett that time. I think he's that Rob Keogh at mid-off, gesturing to Ben Duckett as to where he thought that ball might have ended up, I think.
That's a slog.
That was rather expansive, wasn't it? 23 off 17 though for Ben Duckett so far. Obviously fancies a very fast start to his innings here at Wantage Road. The ball just seems to come off his bat a bit quicker than
he's been timing
the
very
others.
nicely.
Do you see his space kind of nailed on for this summer, Ben Duckett? Do you see anybody else really kind of giving him any competition at the top of the order?
In a word, no.
No.
He's done nothing but good since he's come back in the side. Of course, cricketer who learnt his trade right here at Northamptonshire.
So it was another one of the articles yesterday, I think it was. I can't remember what site it was on, but something along the lines of Stokes opening in the Ashes wouldn't be the worst idea.
Yeah, I think that could well happen, but it's probably going to be at the expense of Duckett's opening partner. And then, that's the way you get Bairstow and Folkes in the same side.
Oh, squared up this time by Jack White.
That really lifted off a length, didn't it? Just need one of those to find the edge if you're a Northamptonshire supporter.
Absolutely. Not saying it's certainly not saying it's the wrong way to go about it, but the Northants' lengths in comparison to the Notts bowlers' lengths have been more Lyndon James-esque than Dane Patterson, Steve Mullaney, Luke Fletcher so far in this innings. So clearly a difference in tactics between the two sides, and that is driven towards Rob Keogh, who does the fielding there, and that is a maiden over again for Jack White. 3 maidens now in his 4-over spell this afternoon here.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully, especially given that what's Duckett 23 off not many more balls, probably fewer balls. Should know that. Sorry.
23 off 21.
Yeah, so to be going at to have conceded 1 run, as you'd expect after that expensive over from the David Capel end previously, we will get a change of bowling, and it's going to be the South Australian fast bowler Jordan Buckingham, who he's a tall, wiry figure. I actually dropped Jason Gillespie, his head coach at South Australia, a message to ask for his sort of views on his charge, Jordan Buckingham.
Hamid defends Buckingham's first ball of the day.
And he said, highly competitive, bowls a bit fuller than most quicks, which will probably suit these English conditions. Can swing ball away from right-handers, but his big weapon is the ball that comes back off the seam to the right-hander that challenges the front pad and the stumps. And he'll look to bring the ball back into left-handers if swinging, and across them to invite the drive to bring the slip cordon into play. So probably the man that knows him best reckons we're looking for one to maybe set Hamid up with a few that swing away, and then one that comes back in. That'd be good if he did that now, wouldn't it?
It would be handy.
Yeah.
Then we can text Jason back and say thanks very much. Does he say what kind of pace does Jordan Buckingham bowl?
No,
Does he give us a?
He didn't.
And cut away by Hamid through point for 4. 4 more to Haseeb Hamid. Nice shot.
Yeah, great shot. He was latched onto that length, quick as a flash.
Yeah, very well put away. Obviously one of the victims of that Ashes tour, wasn't he, Haseeb Hamid? Down the ground this time and worked into the onside past James Sales at square leg, and Hamid will pick up 3 to give Ben Duckett his first taste of Jordan Buckingham bowling. Tweet come in with from a Notts fan, said, I think that Notts bowling will be good enough to keep us in Division 1. Slightly false position, as we donated Middlesex a cheap win with a daft declaration at Lords. We will be okay, though. I respected that game. You know, I really respected the decision to
Yeah.
to go and win it, to try anyway.
I have to say I'm with you, Dan. Interesting that Buckingham is switching here to over the wicket to the left-hander. So
timing again by Ben Duckett, this time down towards deep third, and a long chase once again. Good bit of fielding, and Ben Duckett picks up 3. So far Ben Duckett looks like he's batting on a different pitch.
yeah, if we're being honest, then apart from at the David Capel end, the bowling has not been as disciplined as it was from the Notts attack, and that's
going to pick up another couple of runs. I think that's not going to go for 4. Hamid will pick up 2 to end the over. 12 coming off the first Jordan Buckingham over here at Wantage Road.
Yeah, run rate almost 5.5 and over, and you know, sort of a healthy dent in Northampton's total already. You know, we saw, I mean, by no means quite so free-flowing that Northampton's top 4 managed to put on 86, 113 for 2 it was, wasn't it?
It was,
yeah. Sorry, yeah, 113 for 2. So, as we said yesterday, straight away, I don't think there's anything wrong with this pitch. The overheads are the big factor, and at the moment, a combination of Northampton missing their lengths a bit from the David Capel end, and I hate to say it, but the lack of floodlights, which is something, you know, you've got no control over, making it look pretty straightforward for this Nottinghamshire pair. Although Jack White has been on the money, he's setting an example here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. We need a bit of this kind of metronomic accuracy from both ends.
Oh no. Jack White has got to be the unluckiest bowler in world cricket right now. Finds the edge for Ben Duckett. Goldstone and Vasconcelos look at one another as the ball flies between the two of them, and Ben Duckett picks up another 4. He moves into the 30s.
You'd say that's the keeper's catch.
It's definitely the keeper's catch, yeah.
It's tricky, you know, a young guy, communication not necessarily established between him and his cordon, but got to go for those with the man with the gloves.
And to add insult to injury, Ben Duckett punches that one through the covers and picks up another couple of runs. You've got to wonder, Jack White has got to be wondering what he's done wrong.
Nothing is the answer.
I think it's so disappointing when neither, I think it is definitely the keeper's catch to go for, but neither make an attempt for it. Defended this time, but 30 off 24 balls he was. I mean, how expensive of a drop could that be? Not even a drop, actually. I suppose you can't call it one of those, can you? Missed chance.
Yeah, well, a life for Ben Duckett. Ricardo Vasconcelos, Northampton's top scorer, had a fair few of those himself, so I suppose can't begrudge the Notts man too much, but
not at all.
He looks in ominous form, and you certainly don't want to be giving him too many chances.
No. Come on, Jack. And that's 50 runs for Nottinghamshire. 50 partnership as well. Even I can get that one right. 50 for no loss off 9 overs. 35 minutes, and that's taken Ben Duckett on 33 and Hasib Hamid on 13. So 54 balls for that 50-run partnership. In, as you said, Sam, ominous times for Northants, whilst Ben Duckett is batting quite the way that he is, and having seen that one fly between the keeper and first slip a couple of balls earlier.
Yeah, well, you just got to move on, haven't you? Make sure you take the next one.
And a cracking ball by Jordan Buckingham. Squares Ben Duckett up. Duckett having a little wry smile and a wry look back at the pitch. I think that's the first one that's... Yeah.
It's a lovely delivery. And that is the length, isn't it?
Absolute seed, wasn't it? That was the similar length to what Lyndon James hit this morning and managed to create that pressure on Saif Zaib, which ultimately started the collapse for Northants. Full this time.
Yeah, good start to this over from Buckingham after a bit of a loose over to begin with, but just trying to bring it back into the left-hander or get it to straighten off the pitch as we saw with that first delivery.
Defended this time by Ben Duckett. With the T20 Blast starting, well, a week tomorrow it starts as a competition. 2 weeks-ish here at Wantage Road, Sam. If you had to rank the 3 formats that we play in the county circuit, the county grind, as David Willey described that as earlier, T20, 50 overs, county championship, which way round are you putting those as a fan and as a chap who's worked in the biz?
Whichever my team's doing best in.
Fair enough.
Oh, well, they've all got their own charms, haven't they?
Yeah.
That is the beauty of having the different formats. There is no doubt that I think the 50 over format has probably been, gets less love than it used to at county level, but they're just such different beasts. All cricket's good cricket to me. I love the kind of
Full again from Buckingham. Duckett works that one into the leg side for a single.
I love the sort of tension and the way 4-day cricket evolves over the course of a match, and the kind of tactical element to it. But then, as you mentioned earlier, a full house here at Wantage Road, the ball flying everywhere, you can't help but get excited by that. So I'll take it all, please.
Fair enough.
How about you?
I think I wouldn't. I'm not going to lie and say I prefer the white ball stuff. And I think if somebody said to me, "Oh, do you fancy a game?" I'd go, "Yeah, go on then." But I only want to play the T20. Is probably the way that I would. Oh, and that is an absolute peach from Buckingham.
Great over.
Goes straight through Hasib Hamid, through to Harry Goldston. And as you said, a good over and a good ball to finish on from Jordan Buckingham.
It's not the first time we've seen Hasib Hamid cut in half with one that sort of goes through a cricket ball-sized gap between his gloves and his sweater.
Yep. I can tell you, looking at that camera, I don't think it's that bright here at Wantage Road. It's certainly not. No, it's certainly not as bright as what that camera has led you to believe. That is for sure. Jack White is ready to go. Ben Duckett isn't. No, I would say that the T20 Blast is definitely my favourite. I love finals day as well. It's such a great experience. Not as a supporter, only as
content creator.
Something like that, yeah. And Ben Duckett plays and misses at that one from Jack White. But whilst I have been there, I've probably spent more time in the stands around the ground than what I have actually in the media centre anyway. So it's been a much more enjoyable experience, and I guess probably as close to a fan, minus the beer snakes in the Hollies, as you could possibly get from someone who was working there. The 50 over stuff as well, I love that as a fan. You kind of, I feel like you get the real ebb and flow of a game of cricket. Tucked into the leg side by Ben Duckett, which I really enjoy in the 50 over cricket. It feels like you get a real good day, and the game can change, go backwards and forwards quite a lot. And get a bit of a...
Yeah, the great thing about 50 over games is actually, with a T20 game, I would say more often than not, after the power play of the second innings, you know where the game's going.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you see 50 over games where you think a side's dead and buried, and some nuggety cricket from numbers 7 and 8 or 8 and 9, and suddenly it's on again.
And a glorious shot by Hamid this time across the square. Won't go for 4. We'll pick up another couple.
I mean, the most obvious example of that is the World Cup final, isn't it? Where
precisely, yeah,
it just swung one way and another. England were dead and buried, and then, whereas you feel if that had been a 2020 game, England, New Zealand are cruising it, right?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Yeah, there's no better example for that format of cricket, is there, than that game that happened in 2019. And then obviously with the red ball cricket, you get the history and the heritage and the... I kind of feel like the red ball cricket is kind of where the romance of the sport exists.
Also, there's just something about the battle over, it's a real test of endurance for both batters and bowlers, and concentration, like we saw with that drop catch or that missed chance. You can't let your attention slip for a ball, and you've got to do that for day after day. Some good news for England fans.
Yes. James Anderson is back.
No, Steve Smith out for 3.
I think I've seen something from the County Cricket podcast to say he's averaging 16.5 in the County Championship.
Yeah, so Steve Smith, LBW to Vian Mulder, who, as you may have guessed, won't be bowling to him in the Ashes. But still,
defended again by Hamid, which brings the end to the 11th over. 6 overs now for Jack White, 3 maidens, none for 11, and knots are 54 for no loss.
Yeah, just to finish our trip around the grounds in Division 2, as I mentioned, Steve Smith out for Sussex for 3, and Sussex 208 for 4 against Leicestershire. They didn't get any play yesterday, and a late start today. I think they started on time, but 208 for 4 at Chester Street. Yorkshire 254 all out, Durham 227 all out, and then Yorkshire 6 for 1, leading by 33. Game moving on quickly.
Wraps Ben Duckett on the thigh pad this time.
Cardiff, Worcestershire bundled out for 109. Glamorgan making 258 in reply. And Worcestershire in big trouble at 112 for 6 in their second innings. And the wickets being shared around in Worcestershire's first innings. And then Tim van der Gutten with 4 for 18 in the second. I think he's right at the top of Div 2 wicket taking list now.
He certainly was yesterday, and I suspect that performance has only cemented his place at the the top of the charts.
And Derbyshire versus Gloucestershire at Derby, where they didn't get any play yesterday. Derbyshire 105 for 3. Gloucestershire have lost about 2 whole games worth of cricket so far this summer, haven't they?
Well, they didn't start, did they? Because of the water level down in Bristol. Solid. Again by Ben Duckett. He's kind of gone through periods in this innings of 35, hasn't he? Where you've looked up and he's been striking at 160. And then you've looked down for a little bit and you kind of think, well, he's not really scored for a while. We're building a bit of pressure on him. And then you look back up again. Oh, his strike rate's still 92.
Yeah, well, barring his first over, Buckingham's now been pretty... he's been there or thereabouts, and Jack White certainly has.
And a big, expansive drive from Ben Duckett. Picks up a healthy outside edge, flies over gully, down to deep third for 4. Not exactly where he wanted to put that.
It could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
Yeah, but they all count.
Yeah, well, I was going to say Northants won't mind that, but they will mind that, because it is yet more runs to Nottinghamshire's total, 58 now without loss. And a deficit 100. And those 58 runs scored at a lick. Five overs until the scheduled tea break. Still got 37.1 overs left in the day. Of course, today was meant to be 104 overs of cricket. We lost a few with that hour's delay after lunch. Oh, and that's good from Buckingham. There's that fuller length that his South Australia head coach Jason Gillespie was talking about, just trying to bring the ball back into the left-handed Duckett. It's good stuff from Jordan Buckingham.
He's created some really, really good chances, like put down some very, very good deliveries. One to Hamid in particular stands out, doesn't it, in the last over. But similar to what we saw at Taunton last week, with that added pace, becomes a little bit of a higher run rate, I think would be fair to say. Ball tends to, or is able to disappear slightly quicker than what it would do off a Steve Mullaney, for example.
Yeah, well, I'd say Buckingham has definitely been the quickest bowler we've seen in this match so far, but he's by no means express pace. Probably, would you say, mid-80s? But then everyone else on show has probably been low 80s at top at most. We've also seen, as Dan has said, that pace has not really been what's brought bowlers success here. It's been movement through the air, little nip off the seam, particularly when those lights were on, but also reward for plugging away a la Brett Hutton on or around off stump and forcing the mistake, building the pressure. Shout or half shout, but that was always doing too much.
Too high as well, wasn't it, I think?
Yeah.
That got Hamid in the thigh pads, isn't it, I think. Worryingly, Notts are just 100 behind now.
Yeah.
Northampton's first innings score.
Well, it's interesting. Hamid does seem vulnerable to that one that comes back into him. I think he's slightly sort of one that drags him across and then nips in. Just need one to do that, which is a little bit fuller. Hit him on the pad. But there again, you see he just sort of gets a little bit cramped when the ball comes back into him. He's got 15 off 34 at the other end. Ben Duckett 39 from 41. Tom Taylor, the other seamer we've yet to see. And there's White just trying to pitch it up a little fuller. Of course, then that brings the drive into play. So it is a, you know, you get that lateral movement just off a good length or a back of a length, but then a bit high for the LBW, or does a bit too much angled in at the right hander, and then you pitch it up, and it just makes it a little easier for Hamid to line the ball up and play through the ball. But they'll be ruining that missed catch off Duckett.
Yeah, a massive opportunity that's been missed. One that I think we spoke, I think it must have been off air, Sam, but we spoke about the struggles that the Nottinghamshire batters, with the exception of these two, have had so far this season, and to have picked up the England opener so cheaply, to then welcome into the crease the likes of Matthew Montgomery, Joe Clark, Steve Mullaney, could have created a very different prospect, or we could be talking about a very different game at the moment.
So we're seeing a change of bowling at the David Capel, and Tom Taylor, as I mentioned, the one seamer we've yet to see, and Jack White's going off for a comfort break or something similar. I wonder if Jordan Buckingham will switch to the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 17, 12 of which came in his first over. Was that right?
Yeah, 12 off the first over.
But since he, after just struggling to find his radar, he's been excellent since then. So Jack White's probably going to punch a wall up in the.
Can't be many balls left. Although I suppose actually, now with the new dressing rooms, I don't think that would go down particularly well.
No.
As you say, first look at Tom Taylor here at Wantage Road this season.
Yeah, 1 for 56 from his 16 overs at Taunton in Somerset's only innings of that match. That was his first game of the championship season, as he was recovering for some minor injuries that he picked up in pre-season. So hopefully those 16 overs will have just shaken off the cobwebs, and we'll see Tom Taylor bowling at his best. Big shout for LBW, gone! And that is Tom Taylor at his best. Full, straight, and certainly from behind the wicket, it looked absolutely dead. Let's have a look at the replay. That's a big moment. Yeah, well bowled, Tom Taylor. Just bowling slightly wide of the crease, angling it in at Ben Duckett, and the ball straightening full. That's fantastic stuff from Tom Taylor. And Ben Duckett goes for 39 of 43 balls, having had a life on 26. He's only added 13 since then. So that should be seen as a big moment for Northamptonshire, and they can count themselves grateful to Tom Taylor for not letting Ben Duckett make too much of that chance. 58 for 1. Good delivery from Tom Taylor, Dan.
Definitely, Sam. It was a noticeable change of length, wasn't it? The first time I think we've really seen, well, to say that we've seen this as a tactic after 2 balls might be a bit of a stretch, but it certainly was a lot fuller than what we've seen so far from Northants today.
But he got it to straighten. Duckett was looking to whip it off his legs.
Come back in, back pad, wasn't it, I think, or back leg in front of probably middle stump. I don't think there was much doubt or much question from the umpires. They are having a chat at the moment. I mean, it would be fantastic if the radio message went through and we said, "Come on, can we turn the floodlights on, please, chaps, because it's quite gloomy out here."
Well, that's a big lift for Northamptonshire. And as you may have just about heard on our turned down effects mic, the announcer here at Wantage Road bidding Ben Duckett on his way. He'd looked, well, by and large, fantastic for his 39. He obviously had that life, but he was only going to play one way.
He's an exciting cricketer to watch, isn't he?
Yes, well, this has opened up an end for Northants at the county ground, because Ben Slater is in at number 3. And like much of Nottinghamshire's middle order, he's not had the best time of it. It's a loose delivery first up from Tom Taylor, which will frustrate the all-rounder, because that gets Slater off strike straight away.
Yeah, just the 10 runs for Ben Slater last week, wasn't it, against Lancashire across 2 innings, averaging 16.5 this season in the county championship. Still a rough start though, because I think he averages around 33, I believe, as a career average.
So Hasib Hamid's first look at Tom Taylor. He has timed that to perfection, and he will get 4 runs down the ground.
It's a lovely shot as well, isn't it?
Because it was full, but it wasn't.
Yeah, he don't mind the on drive.
Sort of wasn't the most attractive shot, but it was effective, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of mirror image of Graham Smith or something like that.
Oh, the umpire just checking that Ben Slater's bat goes through the gauge. Don't see that enough, do you, in professional cricket? Not enough bat gauges.
Back on the money from Taylor. Yeah, random checks. Cost, who did it cost? A lot of...
Durham, wasn't it?
Yeah, 10 points or something like that.
Yeah, big penalty, wasn't it? And I think that was all because of wasn't it the repair tape or something? If you'd have taken the tape off, it would have fit through the gauge, but I think ultimately if you'd have taken the tape off, I think the bat might have been in pieces.
I was doing some media management work last year. Gone. Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip. Tom Taylor has 2 in the over. Hasib Hamid has gone, and the 2 danger men for Nottinghamshire are back in the hutch thanks to Tom Taylor.
Very good and very low catch for Ricardo Vasconcelos at first slip. Hamid did have a cursory glance over to the umpire at square leg just to make sure that it did carry. Got the nod, and the ex-England opener is on his way for 19. What an over that is from Tom Taylor.
Yeah, well, if you're a Northamptonshire fan, it's all hail Tom Taylor, because things were looking a little bleak for the home side, but his introduction has brought 2 wickets in his first over. Notts are now 63 for 2, and the men that have scored the bulk of their runs in this year's county championship, Ben Duckett and Hasib Hamid, are gone. Good stuff from Tom Taylor, just bowling that slightly fuller length and actually getting a little bit of seam movement. Probably almost the perfect amount of seam movement. You don't want it doing so much that it just zips past. Just getting it to straighten that angle into Hamid, the right-hander, and then nipping away. So well bowled, Tom Taylor.
Yeah, incredible over, wasn't it? And really does change the face of this game now, which those of us wearing the reddish maroon caps of Northamptonshire will be thrilled to bits, as you rightly called Sam. Jordan Buckingham will have a change of ends and will have a go from the Lynn Wilson centre end, which I think is, from what we've seen so far this season, I think is possibly a better end for him. I think we've seen more seam movement from the bigger, taller bowlers from our end here than what we have from the David Caper end.
Yeah, and a bit of lift off a length as well. So yeah, Matt Montgomery is the new man for Nottinghamshire. He's another man that has not enjoyed the greatest start to the championship season. He's only played 2 games so far, but only 57 runs, top score of 30. He got his place in the Notts side thanks to the injury to Tom Moores when during Notts' heavy victory against Somerset at Taunton. It meant that Joe Clark took the gloves and that opened up a spot in the middle order for Matt Montgomery. Dual national, South African dual national. Actually made his his professional debuts back in South Africa for KwaZulu-Natal.
That's brilliant pronunciation. I don't know whether it's right, but I love it, Sam.
I was just saying it, I thought, but...
That's flair.
Yeah, now we see that ball just getting a little big. He's a tall man, Jordan Buckingham. Great name. Jordan Buckingham.
Yeah, has he got any middle names to throw into the...
Stephen Dermott.
Oh, strong. Strong. And a good Australian moustache as well to...
Yeah, they love a moustache, the Aussies, don't they?
Mm.
It's nice length. Just push through a little quicker from Jordan Buckingham. He's got the...
I wonder what producer Alex would look like with a big Australian moustache.
Might get a few more hits on the dating websites.
Anyway, back to the cricket. We want to come back tomorrow.
Jordan Buckingham, born in Bundura, Victoria, 23 years old. And this is just his 9th first-class game. So a little bit of a punt for Northants on the young seamer, as that is squirted out to the boundary in front of the Cinch football stand. 4 runs for Ben Slater, his first boundary.
Some big boots to fill, isn't there, in that overseas slot that's been left by Chris Tremaine, with the impact that he had on this side over those first 3 county championship games.
Gone! Jordan Buckingham is in on the act. Another catch for Ricardo Vasconcelos. And suddenly, Northamptonshire are right back in this game.
He's filled those boots quite well.
Yep. And that was, he does look like he's enjoyed the switch of ends, charging in from the Lynn Wilson centre end, getting a bit of extra bounce. That's a lovely ball.
Yeah.
Play that. Did well to get something on it.
I was about to say, Sam, he's done very, very well to get any bat on that at all. Squared him up, seamed away nicely, and Vasconcelos tidies up, picks up his second catch of the innings. 3 down now, Nottinghamshire. Say Ben Slater's tough start to the 2023 County Championship continues with just 5 runs.
And Jason
today.
Gillespie, Jordan Buckingham's coach at South Australia, he said to the left-hander, push it across them to invite the drive to bring the slip cordon into play. Well, not much of a drive, but he certainly brought the slip cordon into play. And Nottinghamshire 67 for 3 now. And that brings Joe Clark to the crease with his side in a spot of bother. We did wonder whether once you get those opening pair of Duckett and Hamid have made all the runs really for Nottinghamshire so far this season, whether wickets might start to tumble in much the same fashion as we saw with Northampton. It's almost as if actually the new ball has been kind of the easiest to play, and it feels like once the lacquer's come off a little bit,
yeah,
maybe the balls just start to zip around a bit more.
It's a very good point. Do you
Top
know?
10. Continuing.
Do you know with tea today?
Yeah.
It's either 32 overs remaining, or I believe it's scheduled for 16 minutes to 5 o'clock. Do you know which one we have to take, if that makes sense. Because if I look at this now and I think 2 overs, I don't like that as a Northamptonshire fan. If we can, from a Northamptonshire perspective, if we can keep them going for another 15 minutes, particularly with bowling like that from Tom Taylor.
Good take by Harry Goldston. Credit where credit's due, because that moved extravagantly after the ball pitched.
What I'm thinking is, can we take a few more with us from Northamptonshire? Or from a Nottinghamshire perspective, are you thinking, do we get through 10 balls here and we can regroup and rebuild? Do you know which of the two we have to stick to?
On a normal day of 96 overs, T would be described as when at 340 or when 32 overs of the day's play remain, as Matt Montgomery has a swish at fresh air outside the off-stump, a loose shot really, given the circumstances. So yeah, it would say 32 overs, 340 or 32 overs, whichever is later. So if it's scheduled for 444,
yeah,
or when 32 overs remain, well, we're going to get to 32 overs remaining long before 444. So perhaps they would go on till 444. I'll be proved totally wrong, which is what tea breaks tend to do.
Well, we'll find out in the not too distant future, won't we? But that's a horrible throwback to Harry Goldston from Jordan Buckingham there, but we'll forgive Jordan having picked up the wicket in the last over. No, as I say, from a Northamptonshire perspective, I think we're desperate to take tea at 4:45 rather than in 8 balls time. Get as much pressure and as much time at these Notts batters as they possibly can.
Lovely shot from Matt Montgomery. His first boundary is a glorious cover drive. And Tom Taylor just, again, searching for that full length. But that was probably a little wide, a little floaty. It was asking to be hit. But I don't think Tom Taylor will mind too much if Matt Montgomery's happy to drive like that, because if he can just bring the ball back maybe 6 inches and bring it in 6 inches, then the outside edge comes into play.
Yeah. Looking to be very proactive, isn't he? We saw the big play and miss a couple of balls into that Tom Taylor over. And he's used his feet to get towards Tom Taylor there as well. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. You can get in contact with us on Twitter at NorthampCCC or via email stream@nccc.co.uk. If you've got any questions, thoughts, comments, let us know how you think this game's panning out. Who's winning? That classic cricket question, you know, the who's winning on day 2 of the 4-day game.
You know, we were talking earlier about the sort of the charms of each of the different formats.
Yes.
Well, I think that what we've seen in the last 10 minutes is a classic illustration of where 4-day cricket is great. It is, you know, Nottinghamshire were making serene progress, having bowled out Northants for 158. You're thinking, this is not looking good from a Northamptonshire point of view, but suddenly with the introduction of, you know, a new bowler, the game has changed. I mean, there's still a lot of work to do to, you know, to recover from 158 all out, but they've made some very important inroads. Oh, and just bringing that one back in.
And the difference here will be as to whether Nottinghamshire have got it in their middle order to fend off the potential collapse, which Northants weren't able to do earlier today, will ultimately be the big test and the big difference between these two sides at this moment in time, won't it?
So Buckingham has 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg.
the breeze with him now as well, isn't it? Or looking at those flags, for the moment it seems to have settled down.
Captivating stuff as we approach the tea break on day 2. Game in the balance. Vital little period now before that interval.
Still 3 slips in for Northants, proving how important wickets will be in what is looking like a fairly low-scoring affair so far.
Oh, and that cannot have missed off stump by a huge distance.
Oh my word.
The reaction of the Northamptonshire slip cordon and Jordan Buckingham, the bowler himself, suggesting that that was in the good leave category.
That was incredibly close, wasn't it? I think on first viewing, I don't know whether we'll get a replay of that, but that looked very, very tight.
And that ends another good over from Jordan Buckingham, who just feel like he's starting to find his feet here in county cricket. 1 for 22 from his 5 overs, 12 of those coming from the first over as he just struggled to find his radar, but since then he's been superb.
As you say, not the most experienced with in the first class scene. They obviously don't play as much first class cricket over in Australia as what we do over here in the UK, but 7 matches last season for South Australia. Picked up 25 wickets at 26, which obviously got the Aussie selectors excited even, and gave him that trip over to New Zealand in the winter as well. So, and I think we've seen so far in this spell from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and anyway, just some of the potential and some of the skill that Jordan Buckingham possesses with some of these deliveries.
Joe Clark has made a few starts this season. 47 against Hampshire, 52 against Middlesex, 42 last week against Lancashire. Crucial 42 really, as Nottinghamshire saved the game with 1 wicket in hand. But otherwise a string of low scores, 0, 8, 7, 0, 4. So vulnerable early on. I think Northants will be wanting to make him play as many of these early deliveries as possible.
Absolutely. Jack White in his customary position at fine leg does the fielding. I'm just wondering, Sam, with your map of Wantage Road that you've got in front of you there, is that almost a template for kind of a Blue Peter style Tracy Islands diorama that you might bring in later through the season? Here's one I made earlier type setup.
Perhaps they could sell some kits in the club shop.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see what you might be able to knock up. Your child not quite old enough, I suspect, to join in the fun of creating a scale model of Wantage Road.
Tom Taylor plugging away on or around off stump. Probably wants to be a little bit fuller than that. No, you can buy sort of Lego kits, can't you? Of sort of the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium and Wembley. Not sure they do one of Wantage Road yet.
Not yet.
gap in the market for anyone listening from Copenhagen, Lego head office. That's better from Taylor.
You could freestyle it.
Just the one off Taylor's third over. With about 6 minutes until what we think will be the tea break. And I think it's getting a little darker out there, so let's get the floodlights on.
It definitely looks like it's got a little bit gloomier out there, which you would come to expect as we get to later in the day. Hopefully the hamsters on the wheels at the bottom of the floodlights aren't too tired from their work this morning, and they've got a bit of energy left in the legs to fire up for this evening session. Would they, like with the floodlights, would the umpires make a judgment call, or would they take a reading for those floodlights to come on, or would it be done by eye?
I think probably when they first come on, they'll take that as a guide. I don't think they'd necessarily use the meter.
And do you think, I mean, like for me, if I was out there as a player anyway, I think, and if you thought it was going to provide you an added advantage or a bit of assistance, it'd be in the umpire's ear straight away, wouldn't you? Going, oh, it's a bit gloomy out here. Can we get some floodlights on?
Yeah, you've got to be careful though, because the umpires will quickly realise why you're trying to do it. And
I'm sure they've had those conversations before, but it's got to be worth asking the question. Been a much better part of Jordan Buckingham's spell, isn't it, from the Lynn Wilson centre end today from what we saw at the start. Obviously the batters have changed. Ben Duckett at the start of Jordan Buckingham's spell was looking to be particularly aggressive, and at the moment 75 for 3, the Notts batters aren't in the same position to be able to do that.
Oh, and that's full from Buckingham, dug out reasonably comfortably by Joe Clark, but I don't mind that at all from the bowler's perspective. Just conscious that Clark has been susceptible early on in his innings so far this season, and full and straight, perhaps a way to exploit that weakness. It's a willowy character, Jordan Buckingham, beanpole type fast bowler, on the money again.
Have you got a nickname yet for Jordan Buckingham?
It's an obvious one, isn't there? Palace.
I think your brain works in a very different way to mine, but I like it.
See if you can work it out.
No, I've got it now. I'm not that slow, Sam. I'm not that slow. Bold Palace. Could it work? Has it got the ring to it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Keep working for his Palace.
Maiden from Jordan Buckingham. And the cricket is absolutely gripping right now. You just feel that what happens in the next, well, either side of tea could go a long way to deciding the outcome of this game, as Tom Taylor is into his 4th over from the David Capel end.
Yeah, which, if we are right with our timings and calculations, will be the last over before tea, won't it?
Yeah. How Northants would love to nip another one out before.
Yeah, the classic 1 for tea.
Yeah, 1 for tea.
Take one with us.
75 for 4 at tea, lads. Good stuff from Tom Taylor. Plugging away.
Challenging lines, isn't it? Challenging lengths as well to keep Matt Montgomery very honest, and Joe Clark as well.
But also just making them play every delivery. They'd love to let a few just go through, take them through to tee. Those 3 slips waiting, hopefully, for another outside edge. As Taylor strives for that full delivery that just does something off the pitch. This is how he got those 2 wickets in his opening over. Big one of Ben Duckett, LBW, for 39. And then Hasib Hamid caught by Ricardo Vasconcelos for 19. It was Vasconcelos who took the catch to dismiss Slater as well. That time off the bowling of Jordan Buckingham, which is how Nottinghamshire have ended up as 3 down with 75 on the board, having been 58 without loss.
Last one there from Tom Taylor looked like the first one we've really seen that kept a little low, I think. Wide enough to not challenge Montgomery, mind you.
Oh, and again, making Montgomery play with a ball that just tails in at the right-hander. Last ball before tee coming up in what has been a gripping session. It was all Nottinghamshire for the first hour, and then the pendulum swung firmly in Northant's direction. And Montgomery defends into the offside, and the umpires have a look at the clock, and tee is called. Captivating stuff, Dan.
It's been very enjoyable, Sam. As you said, all Nottinghamshire to start that first innings, and a fight back from Northamptonshire as we got closer to tee as well. Some good catching from Vasconcelos at first slip. They'll be incredibly disappointed, and I think we can see Ricardo apologising to Jack White for the edge off Ben Duckett that went between Goldstone and Vasconcelos. But as you said, Sam, an enthralling session of cricket, 75 for 3 the score, and we will take a short break for tea, and we'll be back with, well, we've got 29 overs remaining of the evening session. It is free after tea. If you are in Northampton, you fancy popping down, you'd be very welcome at the grounds. Whether we get all 29 in with the light, who knows, but we'll see you in just a little bit. Hopefully you enjoyed your 20-minute tea break. Sam Whiteman leads the Northants huddle. Words of inspiration, words of fight, and how much pressure they can continue to put on these Notts batters. The score is 75 for 3. The not out batters are Matthew Montgomery on 6 and Joe Clark on 2. We've seen some excellent bowling from Jack White first up, who looks like he will bowl the first over after tea from the Lynn Wilson end. A brilliant over from Tom Taylor, picking up 2 wickets, and also some cracking deliveries from the Aussie overseas, Jordan Buckingham. It's going to be myself, Dan Jadzovic, and my colleague Sam Keir to talk you through the last session here on day 2. We've got 29 overs left in the day. It's a little bit gloomy out there. It's pretty chilly. It is free after tea. If you do fancy a bit of county championship cricket, head on down to Wantage Road if you're in the area. We haven't yet had the floodlights on, although I can see them sparking into life. Not sparking, that's the wrong word. That would imply the electrics aren't the best.
I think that kind of works.
They are coming into life, which we did see earlier in the day provided a lot of assistance to the Notts seamers. So Northants will be hoping to get the same treatment from the floodlights this evening. Sam, welcome back. What are you thinking for the evening session, sir?
I think the floodlights will be a welcome addition to the backdrop for the bowlers.
Straight on the money, Jack White. First ball after tea. We think, we're not 100% sure yet, but we think we've created, well I say we, Sam has created some makeshift windbreak for the effects mic, which at the moment seems to have got rid of the crackle. So we should be able to bring you some cricketing noises throughout the evening session, assuming Sam's coach stays on the balcony and doesn't end up at deep square leg. And again, on the money, Jack White.
Well, your chat before tea about my sticky back plastic model of Wantage Road got me inspired for a bit of crafting. So I took my raincoat out and created a windshield, but it is gloomy and it's cold and it's windy out there. Not great conditions for batting in, which Northants will need to exploit.
Play a miss from Joe Clark. Sam vigorously tapping his pencil on the desk as he prays for the outside edge of the Notts batter. Good delivery from Jack White. Gets the little poke from Joe Clark as he beats him outside his off stump. Stream powered by Daffabet. If you want to get in contact, you can do. Defended once more, and a good first touch onto the stumps by Northamptonshire's number 9, Jack White. But yeah, on Twitter at NorthampsCCC, on email stream at nccc.co.uk. Any questions, any comments, any stories, any games over the weekend you want well wishes for? Not that I think Sam and I possess much power in what we can achieve for you in your weekend's cricket activities. Oh, and beaten again. Jack White has got this 2023 Dukes on a string. But yeah, get in contact with us and we'll have a chat.
Yeah, getting it to nibble away just needs that to be probably a stump's width straighter, and then you're in business. Encouraging signs under the floodlights here at Wantage Road for Northamptonshire.
And straight at that time, but I think that'll just be a leg by for Joe Clark to end Jack White's first over in the evening session. Certainly those floodlights have made a massive difference on the playing surface, haven't you? And you can see how dark it is already. I don't know whether you can see that on the stream, but you can see the 4 shadows, or 6 shadows even, with the floodlights here at Wantage Road being cast off from the players respective feet at their fielding positions, and Tom Taylor will carry on from the David Capel end after tea as well.
Yeah, the only thing you'd say, as good as it is that the lights are on from a Northamptonshire perspective, you don't want it to get so dark that the umpires go, actually, we're in artificial light taking over territory. I don't think we're that far away, you know.
No, very full again from Tom Taylor. I didn't want to say that, but I think you might be right. But hopefully we are out there for another 28 overs. Because after yesterday afternoon and the break that we had at lunchtime today, we are well overdue some cricket here at Wantage Road, aren't we, Sam?
Yeah, I think across the country. It's been a pretty miserable summer so far. Let's hope that changes. The cricket we have had, though, certainly today, has been absolutely gripping. That last hour of the afternoon session was just was wonderful to watch.
Really good fun, wasn't it?
Couldn't take your eyes off it. Absolute privilege to be here with you.
Full again, attacking the stumps of Joe Clark from Tom Taylor. Very, very attacking bowler and spell from what we've seen this afternoon from Tom Taylor. And driven this time by Joe Clark. Beats the dive from Rob Keogh, and Joe Clark picks up 4. Lovely shot that. Cover drive. I'm not convinced the dive was strictly necessary, but nonetheless, beats Rob Keogh and picks up 4. 4 more added to the Nottinghamshire score. Hold the pose, Joe Clark. Defended once again. Do you play much club cricket these days, Sam?
I just find when you work in cricket, your chances to play cricket disappear.
Left alone that time.
My most recent kind of full season was the COVID year. It wasn't even a full season. You got sort of 6 weeks in August and early September. But yeah, I miss it. Although I'm not sure my body would allow me to do much these days. Anyway, I mean, I'm in my 30s, so I shouldn't be saying that, especially when Gareth Berg has got 5 years on me and is still running in.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of people looking at weather forecasts over the weekend, won't there? Desperately hoping to get a game of cricket in. So many games around the country. And that's full by Jack White and driven to the offside by Matthew Montgomery. So many games and so many clubs have struggled so far this season with getting games on, with the amount of rain that we've had, the softness of the squares. I mean, my club, I think we've had 1 outdoor training session so far, and it's the 12th of May. It's been a pretty... Left alone this time. Nice shape from Jack White back into Matthew Montgomery, but wide enough to not trouble the Notts batter. No, it's been a damp, in terms of club cricket anyway, depressing start to the year. I think not enough games have happened, so good luck if you are playing this weekend. down the grounds from Montgomery, who punches that one straight. Rob Keogh does the fielding. Montgomery picks up a couple. Used his feet that time to Jack White, didn't he? And just punched him down the ground past the bowler.
Yeah, it's intelligent batting. Just negating that nip that Jack White's getting off the seam.
I think he can probably fall into a trap of trying to hit the ball a bit too hard at the moment as well, with the speed of the outfield, thinking, well, I really need to get myself 4. There'll be a real skill in trying to keep that tempo right, I think.
Well, I think we saw it with the dismissal of Saif Zaib in the Northamptonshire first innings, where he'd visibly shown some frustration, where when he tucked off his hip, only went down for 2. And the next ball, he sort of went chasing one. I think there was an element of that there, wasn't there? And we all saw what happened after that. So, yeah, you've got to just accept the fact that you're not going to get value for your shots.
Oh, another very good leave by Matthew Montgomery. Jack White stands puzzled, looking at the Notts batter, thinking, what do I have to do? It's gone over the top of off stump, that one.
It's really clever bowling, because he's been sort of angling them to sort of move away from the right-handed Montgomery, and that one just kind of held its line from the arm, and he was very lucky.
Oh, and into the crown jewels.
Yeah, not much sympathy from Jack White.
Absolutely not.
He's getting it to move around, sort of that natural variation off the seam. Makes it very tricky for a batter to know what's coming up.
Always funny when it doesn't happen to you, that. And I suspect on a cold day in Northampton, that might be slightly more unpleasant than what it would be on a normal day. But a very good delivery by Jack White, another good over. 9 overs, 5 maidens, none for 13. With that genuine edge of Ben Duckett that split the keeper and first slip. Taylor to continue bowling very straight to Joe Clark. Well, we've got rid of the crackling on the FX mic. We've just got the wires rattling around on the gantry instead now.
You know, it does illustrate how blustery it is out there, and in fact, I think that's what's forced Tom Taylor to abandon his run up there.
As you say, hopefully this level of light stays how we are for the next hour and a half, 2 hours or so. Full again into the offside by Joe Clark, who picks up a single. Notts now on 83. Brings Montgomery on strike. Gareth Berg at third slip, fourth slip / gully looks absolutely frozen when he was talking to Vasconcelos. It's defended again by Montgomery. Not that Vasconcelos looks particularly warm. Three slips though for Northamptonshire. Sam Whiteman, the standing captain for the injured Luke Proctor, continuing with an attacking field. Driven nicely by Montgomery down the ground. Good shot for nothing. Outside edge, played down and runs down to the deep third boundary. I'm not sure whether that has or hasn't.
Yeah, it did go.
It did. Yeah, Jordan Buckingham signalling that did go for 4. So 4 runs to Matthew Montgomery down to the deep third boundary. 87 for 3 now the score. Good chase by Jordan Buckingham. One of those horrible teasing chases that looked like it might or might not have stopped, and as it was, the ball just won. And shape again away from Matthew Montgomery by Tom Taylor. Happy with the plans so far from Northamptonshire? Do you think there's obviously we saw the Notts bowlers bowling considerably fuller through a lot of the period of the first innings of this game. Only Lyndon James really felt like he dragged that length back a touch, but happy with the way that Northants have approached this so far?
I think Brett Hutton showed you how to do it, just that plugging away, let the ball do what it's going to do, make the batter play in these conditions. And that's, you see Clark coming down there towards Jack White, just trying to negate that movement. Shows you that it's playing on the batter's mind. So if you can just exploit that uncertainty, could well be in business.
Yeah.
Be interesting to hear what everyone's views are on the tactics of both sides, as well as where you see this game going. Do get in touch with us. Email stream@nccc.co.uk, on Twitter @NorthantsCCC. Pretty intriguingly poised as we edge towards the end of day 2. We've lost a lot of overs on day 1 and a few more on day 2, but the game is moving ahead at a pace.
Shape in from Jack White in towards the pads of Joe Clark this time. I think you'd have to say at the moment, wouldn't you, Sam, that Nottinghamshire would be in front. Won the toss, elected to bowl, bowled Northamptonshire out for 158 and are currently 87 for 3, so you'd say they were certainly in pole position. But as we saw earlier today, a good 30 minutes from Northamptonshire could really change the face of this game. Down the ground again, and that is it a wicket? Is it not a wicket? We're not sure. It's not been given. Joe Clark stands his ground. Jack White liked it. The slip cordon liked it. The umpire did not. I thought that was, it looked good. Maybe off the back pocket. Hard to tell, isn't it, without all of the bells and whistles and all of the high-spec super cameras and mega microphones that Sky have with their schnickos and hotspots. And he's played and missed at that one as well. The leave was certainly not the shot on offer. I think that might have just come off the back pocket there, Sam. I don't know about you.
It's interesting because my initial reaction was that Jack White thought, oh, that's close. And then he saw the slips all sort of celebrate as if it was an obvious dismissal. And that's when he kind of played the game. But I don't think even Jack White was that convinced to start with.
No. Oh, 3 absolute beauties in a row to finish that over. Another maiden from Jack White. 10 overs, 6 maidens, none for 13. 3 absolute seeds to finish off.
Yeah, this is great stuff from Jack White, and he is extremely unfortunate not to have a wicket yet, but he's building a lot of pressure here at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Zipping it past Joe Clark's outside edge.
Very, very good. If you're looking to Tom Taylor now to back Jack White up and string a few of these dot balls together, build a bit of pressure. Certainly a tactic that we've seen quite a lot here at Wantage Road, isn't it? The willingness for the batters to use their feet against the seamers. Defended again. Very good stuff from Tom Taylor. 2 for 21 off his 6 overs so far.
It's momentarily a little bit brighter out there, but there's more slate grey cloud working its way over from the east, which is northeasterly is where the wind's coming from, which is why it's quite so chilly.
Yeah, short of that time from Tom Taylor. I think Montgomery will be feeling as though he might have missed out on that one. Hit that straight at Jordan Buckingham at backward point. And left well alone with a bit of shape away from the Notts batter. Oh, big appeal again, but I don't think there's much going for that one as that's sliding down the leg side. Not much interest from Tom Taylor. More of an appeal from Gareth Berg at third slip, I think. But just starting to string a few of these dot balls together now, Northamptonshire putting a bit of pressure back on Montgomery and Clark after tea. Again on the money from Tom Taylor. Maiden over, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 21.
Just the 12 runs in the 6 overs after tea.
Couple of maidens in a row there as well.
Yeah, tends to. That's the old adage, isn't it? If you can string a couple of, I mean, statistically, I think if you string a couple of maidens together, then wickets tend to fall.
I think you've got to be very strong mentally as a batter, haven't you? If you start to look up and you don't see that scoreboard moving, to not feel the pressure of that. But Jack White in from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That is defended into the leg side by Joe Clark, who is 7 off 34 deliveries. Down the leg side and a good take from Harry Goldstone. If you are enjoying the stream, hit the like button for us. Subscribe to the channel as well for plenty more cricket across the course of the summer here at Wantage Road. And if you are watching and the picture quality isn't looking brilliant for you, hit the little gear cog icon in the bottom right hand corner. Go to picture quality, image quality, I don't exactly know the exact words, and just select the one that says 1080p. And you'll get to watch Jack White in the best definition available to you. And why would you not want to do that?
Absolutely. So you know on the scorecard, so Jack White is CJ White.
Mm-hmm.
C stands for Curtly.
It does, yeah. Yeah.
Not that similar a bowler, but doing a pretty effective job. Oh,
An outside edge, genuine outside edge of Joe Clark, and that runs away down to the deep third boundary. That's 4 more for Nottinghamshire. The score into the 90s, 91 for 3. Genuine edge from Joe Clark, but played with soft hands, and it did go down. I don't think it would have carried. It certainly wouldn't have carried if there was a slipper in there at number 4 anyway. Just think, if this was... When was COVID? Was it 2020?
yeah.
Wasn't it? We'd be talking more about Jack White's headband than his bowling, wouldn't we? Down the ground and again through the same fielding position. I think that one might well have carried 4 more for Joe Clark.
I think you're right, Dan. I think
That definitely would have carried. Heartbreak for Jack White again. And I think that ball could end up being pretty soggy, having been down in those covers for a little period of time. Because that was the area when I walked around this morning that was a bit damp.
encouraging though for Jack White. He's been plugging away and now he's just finding those edges. It just needs one to...
Yeah. 2 full shots in the last 2 balls. Those 3 deliveries at the end of his last over as well. He certainly bowls some cracking deliveries, does Jack White.
Just doesn't give many to leave, does he?
And back on it again to finish his over. So he's gone for 21 runs, Jack White. And without even giving it any thought whatsoever, you can count 12 of them from genuine edges, 1 through the cordon, 2 more boundary 4s, 3/4 slip as well. So you can knock 12 off that 21, I think, without much argument.
Some credit though to this pair, Montgomery and Clark, because they are resisting some probing bowling from White and Taylor, and their partnership now worth 28, which in the context of a low-scoring game is not insignificant.
Not at all, as we've got a change of bowling from the David Capel end. Gareth Berg, who took the new ball, will come back into the attack, replacing Tom Taylor. Gareth Berg so far 3 overs, no maidens, none for 26. So a very expensive start to his day. And that was against Ben Duckett at the point that Ben Duckett was striking at about 160, mind you. So we can take those figures into context there. 2 slips for Gareth Berg. Jordan Buckingham down at deep backward point. Is that Saif Zayeb at a short cover? I think it is. Orthodox mid-wicket and a deep backward square as well. And Montgomery defends that one into the offside. I think you're right actually about this pair. Credit where credit's due. They batted nicely together after tea, haven't they? They've absorbed the pressure that Northants have put on them so far this evening.
Yeah, they're weathering the storm at the moment. Not easy to score runs, but I think at the moment survival is kind of the name of the game. See where you are tomorrow morning.
And that will be just the one to Matthew Montgomery. Puts Joe Clark on strike. I think one of the first times in the last handful of overs that we've seen Joe Clark down this end.
This is a great email. Have you seen that? From James.
I haven't.
James Heppel When was the last time two university housemates played against each other in a championship game? He asks. Before answering, Matt Montgomery and Harry Golson are our housemates at Loughborough.
Oh.
Oh, come on then, give us the goss, James.
Yeah. Fill us in. Well, maybe not. Keep it PG before the watershed. But I mean, that is a question that I don't know whether anybody would know the answer to.
Great little bit of extra information from James. Thank you.
Very full from Gareth Berg. Defended down the ground from Joe Clark. I think Matthew Montgomery, I think he turned 23 on Wednesday.
Thanks for tuning in, James. Keeping tabs on your housemates.
It's the offside by Joe Clark. Yeah, you'll have to let us know what they're like on the washing up rota, what the laundry standards are like, how many pot noodles are consumed on a weekly basis.
I reckon at Loughborough it's all protein shakes.
Yeah.
Most students, I agree, pizzas, but Loughborough, grilled chicken, bit of protein shake.
Yeah, rice, broccoli.
Yeah.
All the good stuff. Oh, and defended again. Matthew Montgomery. Gareth Berg completes his first over of the evening session. Just 2 runs from it. The score 97 for 3 off 28 overs. Matthew Montgomery 13 off 36. Joe Clark 16 off 42. Jonathan Gibbs has been in contact. Loving the stream as always. Commentary from Dan and Sam is a great I'm not very good at long words. Accompaniment? Is that the right pronunciation? Right. Yeah. To the action on the field. Keep up the good work all. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan. That means a lot.
We're like the ketchup to the chips, aren't we, Sam?
I'm more of a mayonnaise man.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I love a bit of mayo with my chips. Yeah, Loughborough University churns them out, doesn't it?
Certainly does.
Both in the men's and the women's game. It's a real hothouse of...
Have you ever been to the ECB centre or the training centre there at Loughborough?
Funnily enough, they've never asked me to to come and trial. But yeah, it's a great facility.
It's a ridiculous facility.
Don't they have those nets where they sort of like replicate different conditions around the world? And Jack White thought that he'd beaten the edge there, and in which case the LBW was very much in play. But I think Joe Clark got a little bit on that.
Yeah, they're kind of long enough that you can have a full fast bowler's run up at one end with a pitch in the middle, and then a full space at the other end for a wicketkeeper to be in the action as well. I know Freddie and Gus are both Loughborough students, aren't they? I think.
Yeah, that's actually I
just saw out the corner of my eye there.
That one going down. Gus Miller, the Northamptonshire player, made 64 not out, 4 Northants 2s against Loughborough Uni at the end of last month. Then 2 days later was playing for Loughborough against Cambridge University in a British Universities game. So
that's right, because Freddie and Gus are housemates, aren't they, up at Loughborough, I believe?
Yeah, so lots of cricketing talent coming out of Loughborough Uni. And he's just causing a bit of trouble to this right-handed pair with the ball that comes back in. If you can get that a touch fuller, touch straighter.
Is this Jack's 5th or 6th over in this spell after tea?
This is his 5th.
5th. The way he's bowling, I think Sam Whiteman could be asking, how many more have you got in your legs, Jack?
He deserves a wicket. But these two are holding firm, Clark and Montgomery. I really hope James Heppel, who got in touch via stream at nccc.co.uk, 3 C's, nccc.co.uk. I really hope he comes back with a little bit of inside information about what it's like living with Matt Montgomery and Harry Goulston. Matt Montgomery currently out there in the middle on strike for Nottinghamshire, and about 20 yards behind him with the gloves for Northants is Harry Goulston. So yeah, come on, James Heppel, give us the goss. Partnership now into the 30s, 31 for the 4th wicket. Nottinghamshire 98 for 3, trailing by just 60 now. I say just 60, but we saw earlier on Northamptonshire were looking pretty comfortable. 113 for 2, and then lost 7 for 17.
Yeah.
8 for 45 in total.
You can see from Jack White there in particular just how cold it is out there as he's walking back to his fielding position at fine leg as the pullover goes on over the cricket shirt, and then the long sleeve jumper goes on top.
Yeah, the floodlights haven't had quite the same effect for the Northants bowlers as they did for the Nottinghamshire bowlers. Actually, you can see a little bit of blue sky for the very first time, certainly in this on this second day, which is not really what the Northamptonshire bowlers want to see. They want it to be overhead, overcast overhead. But yeah, a few little pockets of blue sky in amongst the grey clouds. It's good from Berg, full straight, not causing Clark any problems, but forcing him to play, and all it takes then is a little bit of seam movement, a little bit of wobble through the air, and LBW and bowled, as well as the outside edge come into play. Keep plugging away there. Be the instructions to Gareth Berg from his captain. Tight single, but comfortable enough in the end for Joe Clark. Yeah. Actually, Wantage Road is now bathed in sunshine, which are words we have not said very often this season. Just need a bit of warmth now.
The Middlesex game was quite sunny at points, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was freezing though, wasn't it?
Bitterly cold, but the sunshine was here. Not that it's that much warmer out there today.
And a shorter delivery just allows Montgomery to drop that into the vacant region between gully and backward point for a single. 100 up for Nottinghamshire in the 30th over of their innings. This partnership worth 33. Oop. It's a lovely shot from Joe Clark. Gareth Berg just trying to keep that ball up in towards the batter, hoping the ball does something laterally. But Joe Clark was onto it like a flash, and it was a glorious straight drive.
Yeah. Save them.
Certainly best shot of Clark's innings of 22 so far. It was probably just a touch too full, wasn't it, from Berg?
Yeah, it was. It was indeed. I must admit, I think I prefer the slightly shorter length as opposed to that fuller one that we've seen so far. I think the joy for Notts came when they dragged that length back, and a length that Jack White has been bowling from this Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, what you'd call a sort of good length.
Yeah.
Right? But that's very much sort of Gareth Berg's style, isn't it? He pitches it up, tries to get the ball to swing. You know, he's been that sort of partnership breaker throughout his career. Does mean that you might go for a few runs, which when you've been bowled out for 158 is not often a luxury you can afford. But he does probably have his most success wicket-wise when he's pitching it up. The risk is you get driven down the ground. You feel that this is the conditions we've seen today would have been ideal for Ben Sanderson, obviously missing out with an injury that he picked up down at Taunton. I don't think it's anything too serious, but did mean that he wasn't able to feature in this game, and I think he would have been, well, he's that sort of Brett Hutton style bowler, isn't he, of plugging away.
Yeah, and these Jack White and Ben Sanderson really complement one another as well, don't they? Still two bowlers that are really able to build and apply pressure to the opposition batters, which as yet really throughout these 30 overs you wouldn't have said that Northamptonshire have really been able to build those longer periods of pressure that Notts were able to do, and what we've seen from Sanderson and White.
Yeah, they've not done too badly after tea, but it's been absorbed well by Montgomery and Clark. Still an attacking field, as you'd expect, to Jack White, who has done nothing to suggest that one of his catches needs to be taken out. He's kept a very disciplined line and length, 4 slips, point, extra cover, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg.
Interestingly, 4th slip has come in to the cordon after those couple of shots a couple of overs ago flew through that area. The leading edge certainly would have carried to a 4th slip.
Just one off Jack White's 13th over and the 6th of his spell.
Yeah, I think they'll be doing everything they possibly can to see if they can get another one out of Jack White. If not, I suspect it'll be Jordan Buckingham, won't it, that'll come on from the Lynn Wilson centre end, although I don't think I've seen him loosening up at all as yet. He's down at deep backward point.
Jack White's, as long as Jack White's happy to carry on, then I think Sam White will be happy for him to carry on. He's not erred from that line and length. Again, Berg's striving for that full straight delivery. Ball just taking a little bit of a jump over the hand of the fielder at mid-wicket. Have we got a substitute fielder on? Yes, I think the man at mid-wicket. I don't know. And that's a nice shot from Joe Clark. He gets 4 for that. Just a bit too straight from Gareth Berg. And with plenty of vacant space on the onside, that ran away for 4 on an outfield. Maybe it's getting a little bit quicker. The wind has probably dried it out a little bit. It has been so windy. It's Gus Miller who is at mid-wicket. I don't know who he is on for currently.
Vasconcelos, I think, is normally occupying first slip, isn't he? And
yeah, you're right. So Gus Miller on for Ricardo Vasconcelos. Again, leg stump line from Gareth Berg, which Joe Clark tucks down to Jack White for 1, and a little word from Gareth Berg to Joe Clark as their paths crossed at the non-striker's end, with Clark picking up a single. Partnership now worth 46, so very useful contribution for the 4th wicket from Montgomery and Clark. It's a better line from Gareth Berg. A little bit of shape away, which I guess what he was trying to get with that leg stump line, to try and bring it across the right-handers. Please.
Yeah. Couple of moments, couple of half chances for these two, but other than that, the both of them have batted very nicely.
Quick single. Sam Whiteman does the fielding, has a shy at the stumps, misses, but I don't think there was any real alarm for the Nottinghamshire.
No, it was good running, wasn't it? Both set off straight away.
Yeah, just able to rotate the strike, particularly off Berg. Expensive over, 10 from it, and the deficit now just 43, still with 7 wickets in hand in the first innings for Nottinghamshire. So whilst that burst of wickets from Taylor and Buckingham before tea just swung the pendulum back towards Northamptonshire, Matt Montgomery and Joe Clark have steadied the ship once again for Nottinghamshire. And Jordan Buckingham will come on for his first bowl of the evening session from the Lynn Wilson Centre, where he looked more threatening earlier on today when he started off at the David Capel end, but soon swapped to the other end, the Lynn Wilson Centre end. He picked up the wicket of Ben Slater before tea. That was the 3rd wicket to fall, 3rd and final wicket of the innings so far. It was a great ball to get Slater pushed across the left-hander, finding the outside edge.
No, that was a cracking bit of bowling, wasn't it? There's been some very, very good deliveries from all of the bowlers on show today. That one there, I think, a touch too full from Jordan Buckingham. Is that James Sales getting loose as well at Gully, having a stretch, I think.
Yeah, and I don't mind that at all. He's bowled well in the 2s so far this season. Something a little bit different, worth a try. Gareth Berg hasn't had a huge amount of success from the David Capel end, so it might well be a good idea to bring on young James Sales at that end. That's full from Buckingham, who's just hoping that the ball might do something. He set his field so that he can pitch the ball up. He's got the man on the drive, safe say, but extra cover. But also just leaving a tempting gap between him and Rob Keogh at mid-off, inviting the drive. I don't know if Buckingham might try and bowl a touch wider. See if he can find that outside edge with a drive from Clark.
Yeah, I think it's, as we've said a couple of times now, that first class length, I think, at the moment is the better one to stick to. I don't know whether that burst of sunshine that we've just had has almost nullified a little bit of the lateral movement that we've seen a bit earlier today. Seems to have calmed down a touch, doesn't it?
Oh, and that's uppish, and it's not a million miles away from Sam Whiteman at a wide-ish mid-on, but it's in the end it travels safely to the boundary, and that's a 50 partnership for the fourth wicket for Nottinghamshire. They've batted pretty well, Matt Montgomery and Joe Clark. It's up in the air, which Jordan Buckingham won't mind, and we are going to see James Sales from the David Capel end. Someone who likes to bowl wicket to wicket. A lot of his wickets in the twos so far this season have been bowled in LBW. So he will make the batters play if he executes his plans properly. He's got two slips, a gully, cover on the point boundary. That's where Jordan Buckingham is. Man at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg.
Part of that England under-19 World Cup squad back in 2022 out in the West Indies.
It's a bit of a loose note, and it's dispatched by Matt Montgomery. Short and wide from Sales. Yeah, he bowled 4 overs in his first appearance of the season opener at Canterbury. Got a bit of tap, 4 overs, none for 30. Went unused with the ball at Taunton during Somerset's only innings.
Yeah, that was a proper loosener, wasn't it, from Sales first up to Montgomery. And I don't think if you'd have asked Matthew Montgomery what type of delivery would you like first from James Sales, I suspect that one would be top 3.
He took 7 wickets against Glamorgan in the seconds in April. All LBWs in the first innings. And that again is short, and this one is pulled by Montgomery, and again it'll run away for 4 as it bisects Whiteman and Gus Miller out there on the onside. Actually thought from the second 11 stuff that James Sales has been involved in, he looks a sort of little touch quicker than he had in last summer. Don't know if he's added a yard of pace.
I'd say that's a fair observant point, Sam.
And that one pushed down the leg side.
Certainly struggling with the length so far, isn't he, in these first 4 balls?
Yeah. I think he's at his best when he just tries to keep it simple with a wicket-to-wicket approach, targeting top of the stumps. Again, that's short, and again it's pulled by Montgomery. Won't necessarily get 4 this time, as it's pulled up by substitute fielder Gus Miller out in the deep, just on the periphery of the Spencer Pavilion. That's 11 off the first 5 balls of James Sales' opening over. It's not, as Dan said, not quite found his length yet. Few drag downs. And actually an extra man now posted out on the mid-wicket boundary. Coverage for that short ball. Oh, that's a great take from Harry Goldston. But, oh dear, it looks like his hamstring's gone and he's in some discomfort here. He's in agony. I think it's cramp.
I hope it's cramp. I really hope it's cramp.
But he immediately went down in agony, having taken a fantastic catch down the leg side. But he obviously communicated pretty quickly to Tom Taylor that it's cramp, because Tom Taylor didn't look too panicked and was quickly there with the classic push on the leg.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll fix that for you.
But it's an athletic take.
A heart-in-mouth moment, I think, for Northamptonshire there, with Lewis McManus with his finger injury. Vasconcelos currently off the field at the moment. The last thing that we possibly needed from a Northants perspective was a hamstring injury for Harry Goldstone. So thank goodness that was cramp. That was a terrific bit of wicket keeping, wasn't it? But I think he is after some assistance as he waves over to the dressing room.
A few electrolytes, maybe.
I think so.
Get the salts in the blood.
Isn't it like pickle gel or something that you take for cramp?
Oh, like the sort of juice they put pickled onions in.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's salt that you want, isn't it? Because you've sweated it out. Not much sweating on today. Oh, and
not unless he's got 3 jumpers on under.
Montgomery sort of flirted with that delivery, which he really didn't need to.
No, those couple of aggressive and attacking shots from James Sales, off James Sales on the previous over, might have just given Matthew Montgomery a little bit of I'm in a bit more of an attacking mindset than what maybe I should be. So maybe Buckingham can pick on that.
That's good stuff from Jordan Buckingham. Yeah, I'd say the big difference in the bowling between the two sides so far is really how that kind of fourth seamer has operated. There's been runs to be had from Berg and Sales, which has just let the pressure off a bit, whereas Nottinghamshire were relentless. Even though Luke Fletcher didn't bowl this morning, he didn't need to. Apparently he's got a sort of long-standing ankle issue which is just being monitored. But there was no let-up from Nottinghamshire's bowlers this morning. Would have been frustration for Northamptonshire is with Fletcher potentially off the field, whether they would have, if they'd been able to resist the onslaught from Hutton, then and from Patterson, then with Fletcher potentially out of action, would there have been a chance to then have picked up some runs? But they bowled so well, and that's lovely from Jordan Buckingham, just drawing the shot from Montgomery. He's been a little bit unlucky not to have had an edge that's carried to the slips. He had those, Jack White had those couple that went through a vacant 4th slip. But Jordan Buckingham struggling to find the edge. I suppose you could say maybe he's bowling a touch wide. Just needs to bring it in 6 inches to really bring that outside edge into play. And that's cut away by Montgomery for 4. That was short and wide and dealt with accordingly.
Put away nicely by Montgomery. He's jumped and pounced on those loose deliveries from Sales and Buckingham in the last couple of overs, hasn't he? He certainly hasn't let them go by or continued that kind of, what's he striking at? 59, which has been upped, isn't it, over the last couple of overs through those ones. But he's certainly put the bad ball away very strongly.
And what these two have done well, as we discussed earlier, they absorbed that pressure off the tee, and now the runs are just coming a little easier, and suddenly they've put on 67 at a reasonable rate, and the deficit is just 24 now. And that's the thing about Northamptonshire's innings, is no one was able to stop the rot, you know. If someone could have just prevented the wickets, if a partnership could have just formed of time rather than runs. But as it was a bit of a domino effect from 113 for 2 to 158 all out. James Sales with a better delivery to start his second over.
Yeah, Vasconcelos is back on the field, which is good news after his
just being
short break.
Defrosted by John Sadler.
I think so, yeah. Yeah. I mean, looking at the pictures of the new dressing room, I think there could be saunas and steam rooms and all sorts going on up there. Olympic-sized swimming pools, hot tubs. I think what you said about stopping the rot a moment ago in the first innings for Northamptonshire, I think James Sales attempted to do so, didn't he? I think he absorbed some of the pressure. I think, what did he face? 18, 19, 20 odd deliveries for...
Got in, James Sales with the breakthrough. Just as we are praising the resistance of Montgomery and Clark, James Sales has broken the partnership. 68 runs for the fourth wicket. But this is a decent delivery from James Sales. Just nipped away, took the edge, and Matt Montgomery has gone for 34. That just again brings Northamptonshire back into this game at a time when it was threatening to run away from them.
Solid catch by Harry Goldstone behind the stumps. And as you said, a much better start to James Sales' his second over, and gets rewarded 9 balls into his work today and picks up the wicket. Knott's now 4 down.
Yeah, I think that'll settle the nerves of both Sales and Goldstone. A nervy first over from James Sales with a few drag downs, and of course that chance that Harry Goldstone didn't go for off Duckett. But a good catch, good ball, and the partnership is broken. Yeah, that's a good delivery from James Sales. It is Lyndon James, who bowled very nicely for Nottinghamshire earlier on today. He's in at number 6.
I think Lyndon James joins the list of the Nott's middle order batters that haven't had the most productive starts to 2023, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's right. And that, am I right in saying that wicket, has that earned James Sales an extra slip? Or did he have 3 before?
That is a very good question. One that I don't know the answer to.
Anyway, 3 slips. Vasconcelos at first, Emilio Gay at second, and Tom Taylor at a wideish third slip. This is much better from James Sales.
Yeah.
He's found his length. Yeah, Lyndon James has played all 4 of Nottinghamshire's games in the Championship this season. 8 innings, just 108 runs. Top score of 41. came against Middlesex at Lords. So Northants hanging on in there. Wicket maiden for James Sells, well bowled young man. I'll do him the world of good confidence-wise.
Absolutely, and hopefully gives Northants a little lift now for the 13 overs remaining in the day. As you said, a new batter in the form of Lyndon James, who is short of runs. And Joe Clark so far has offered the odd opportunity here or there, hasn't he? So from a Northants perspective, we shall keep our fingers crossed that Northants can bag a couple of extra wickets in what will be a very interesting last hour or so here at Wantage Road. Jordan Buckingham 1 for 30 off his 8 overs as it stands. And he has beaten Joe Clark, who plays the line very well and goes past the outside edge to the gloves of Harry Goldstone. The bonus points so far in this fixture, 3 for Notts and just the 1 for Northamptonshire so far.
Yeah, this both these sides struggling with the batting bonus points so far in 2023.
And that is worked down towards fine leg, and that'll be a couple. I think a couple of leg byes added to the total. The stream powered by Daffabet, bringing you the live stream action at Wantage Road all through the summer. T20 Blast not far away. 50 over competition as well, and every day of the county championship too. And again, another leg by, this time to Jack White. Well, a novel experience for Jack White. I think he's fielding at square leg rather than deep backward square. Just a change of scenery for Jack White.
Yeah. Up in the ring. Blowing a gale out there.
Blustery old day. 4 slips for Jordan Buckingham. Keogh in on the edge of the square at mid-off, as Buckingham has his first bowl to Lyndon James. Saif Syed moved more towards point from cover, so the drive is on if Lyndon James fancies it. Fielder at deep backward square, Jack White at mid-wicket, and Captain Sam Whiteman at mid-on. But Rob Keogh certainly in a lot more of an aggressive position there, isn't he? On the edge of the square at mid-off, walking in as well, and that's defended by Lyndon James. Over-bowled by Jordan Buckingham. Maiden over, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30 for the 23-year-old Aussie overseas.
Shake of the head from Jordan Buckingham as he strolls down to fine leg. Not sure what he's unhappy about, I suppose. Perhaps could have been a touch fuller to Lyndon James. I'm not sure really. It's a pretty good over. Oh.
And that's 4 more for Joe Clark. Played deliberate this time, down to the deep third boundary. Played nicely into the vacant area down there. Jordan Buckingham returns the ball. James Sales picking up the wicket of Matthew Montgomery in the last over. Back on it after the boundary. Good reply ball from James Sales. Obviously the son of David, who he himself had an illustrious first-class career, didn't he, Sam? 14,000 first-class runs for David Sales.
Yeah, if James can get half of those, he'll have done very well.
Oh, and what a delivery that is. Comes back this time. Keeps maybe a little bit low. Good enough for Joe Clark, who plays and misses. No damage done, though, as it goes through to Harry Goldstone. It was not far away from off stump at all. And encouraging signs from the Northants youngster. Defended this time. Short again as Joe Clark pushes that one into the offside and picks up a single. Would David Sales have been a guy that you would have watched a fair bit of?
Yes.
Retired in 2013, I think.
Yeah, certainly. He was a player who just churned out runs year after year.
Full, and I think Lyndon James might have missed out on a full toss there from James Sales to finish the end of that over. No damage done though. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16, 143 for 4. Figures there for Northamptonshire. Jack White, miserly 13 overs, 6 maidens, none for 23, wicketless, which unfortunately I feel like I've said quite a lot of so far this season at Wantage Road. But brilliant nonetheless. Join us on the stream if you'd like to, on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC, via email stream at nccc.co.uk. And Buckingham puts that one well outside the off stump. Joe Clark not interested at all. If you got any comments, any thoughts on how the game is poised so far, any questions for Sam or myself, please send them on in. We can offer our support and well wishes to your club cricket ventures tomorrow, Sam, can't we, as well?
Yeah, hopefully everyone gets out there.
Full from Buckingham this time, defended by Joe Clark into the offside. Still 3 slips for Jordan Buckingham.
Those clouds coming over again. We had 20 minutes or so of brightness, which we hadn't seen much of, if any, all day today at Wantage Road. But normal service, I'm afraid, has been resumed in terms of the conditions, but probably won't be too disappointing for the seam bowling attack of Northamptonshire.
No, I think they'll be looking up and thinking, let's make the most of these last 10 overs.
Yeah.
It does definitely look like it's got considerably darker from what it was 5 or 10 minutes ago. I don't think it's as dark as what it was when we started this session, though. Sam, the shadows being cast out from the feet of the fielders aren't quite as obvious, are they, as what they were at 5 o'clock. Very full, and a bit of wobble there as the ball goes past the stumps. But left well alone.
What would be your pre-match or eve of a match ritual, Dan, before a club game? Early to bed?
Yeah, 8:30, you know, carbo loading with the pasta, chicken and rice, that kind of good stuff, the healthy diets that every Division 7 club cricketer needs. And well stopped by Harry Goldstone.
There was a time where I'd go, oh, I'll have fun on Saturday night, but Friday night I'm going to go to bed early.
Yeah.
And then when you realise that it makes absolutely no difference, you think, oh well, I'll allow myself to enjoy the whole of the weekend.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing more frustrating than taking it seriously and then getting no runs. At least if you've enjoyed yourself on Friday night, you can blame that.
True.
I also used to quite like sweating it out with the ball in hand. You know, few overs up the hill, you feel like, okay, well, the indulgences of the night before have been worked off.
Even I'll be honest with you, I can't think of anything worse than standing out. And this might sound quite silly in 2023, but on a hot sunny Saturday, after an enjoyable Friday night, I can't think of many worse combinations personally. Tom Taylor will replace James Sales after a short spell from the David Capel end. Tom Taylor with the 2 wickets in the over to start Northamptonshire off.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any danger of a hot sunny Saturday
Not
tomorrow.
anytime soon, is there? No. No, I'm sure there's a lot of people that take their Saturdays a lot more serious than I do. I'd love to say I had a pre-Saturday ritual, like sellotaping my cricket back to the ceiling or something, but straight attacking the stumps of Lyndon James from Tom Taylor, but tucks that into the leg side, picks up a single and gets himself off the mark and gets down the non-striker's end and leaves Joe Clark to face up against Tom Taylor.
But I do like that anticipation, particularly at the start of the season on a Friday night. Work's done for the week. You think, oh yeah, game of cricket tomorrow. And usually, especially if I used to open the batting,
that's a casual kind of flex or a humble brag there, isn't it?
Wait till I finish the sentence. Full of optimism, you know, buzzing. This is the day.
Yeah. Sam Keir, opening batsman, don't you know?
Turn up to the ground a couple of hours before throwdowns in the nets.
We had throwdowns as well.
Yeah, walk out to the middle. Castle, third ball.
That's it. The thing is I think you've prepared well, and you've gone for a big alpha mentality there. You've introduced yourself as the opening batter, got the youngster to come and give you some throwdowns as well.
It's only because I didn't have any shots.
Played nicely again by Joe Clark. And yeah, the 3-ball duck's not necessarily the return from that, but I mean, it does sound like you took those games pretty seriously back in the day.
I lived for it. I remember I used to get the train down from uni just to play club cricket on a Saturday.
I've got a lot of time for that. That is effort and commitment. Played
and
nicely
then,
by.
as the average gets lower and lower,
the train tickets start becoming less and less appealing.
You just, yeah, the temptation to enjoy your Friday night just got a little bit stronger and stronger.
Oh, sorry, Skip, I'm not around this week.
No, I'd always be up for the game.
There's a stag do in Magaluf.
Always up for the game, but.
Oh, sorry, Skip. My hamster's got an MOT or something. Can't turn up this week. Sorry, Skip. Can't find my lucky socks. There's some cracking excuses turn up though in the various group chats as to why club cricketers aren't available throughout the season.
Yeah, the
Are you of a mindset that Saturdays from April through September are cricket and cricket only? Back in your pomp? Oh, nice delivery by Tom Taylor. Gets Lyndon James fishing at that one. I thought there was definitely a bit of movement as it went past the bat, but clearly nothing from the wooden instrument in Lyndon James' hands. But that brings to the end of Tom Taylor's over.
in answer to your question, Dan, 100%.
Yeah. It's the right thing to do.
I used to love it. University holidays, where you could play Saturday, Sunday, and then maybe a bit of cricket week. End up playing 5 days in a row, and you start thinking, this is almost like playing Test cricket. 5 days in the field. Probably the pints and the curry afterwards maybe weren't quite the same, but.
Or maybe 20 or 30 years ago, you might not have been far away from that kind of experience.
But I also think, I don't know if it's just nostalgia, but you look back at summers when you were playing cricket as a younger person, and they always seem sunnier and hotter.
Well, they do compared to this year, Sam.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure they're fond. I'm not even sure that's kind of a fond memory. They were bigger in my day type thing. It just definitely was better.
I remember, we'd on a Saturday night play the league game, and then a few of us, we've got no lift back from the pub after the game. Oh well, it's such a nice evening. We'll just sleep on the balcony of the pavilion. Your kit's all there. There's a shower.
We're
ready to go for the 11 o'clock start on a Sunday.
We're
Declaration cricket on a Sunday.
More and more about the road characteristics here of Sam Kerr. Jordan Buckingham to Joe Clark. Fish outside the off stump. Through to Harry Goldstone. Doesn't go into the gloves cleanly. I think the carry just starting to go out of this pitch after a day's cricket on that. Stream powered by Daffabet. I'm sure you're not alone though, Sam, in those stories and those anecdotes. And honestly, please get in contact with us. Send us an email and let us know your club cricket stories and anecdotes and down into the offside from Joe Clark, who picks up a single. Statistics, fun facts, and if there must be people in club cricket that have gone through a season and I don't know, picked up 20 or 30 ducks in there. That person has to exist.
What's your top league score, Dan?
My top league score, I think, is somewhere in the 40s. So I have nothing of any excitement to report back on. I've yet to...
Have you ever scored 100?
No.
No, me neither.
No, I've yet to do the David Warner where you take your lid off and you vault over the stumps at the non-striker's end. I've yet to do it.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I think if I did get to that stage, I'd be so confused as what to do. I'd probably just give it the classic. Remember like all of the football celebrations in the world, and you had the staple Alan Shearer. Kind of feel like it would be pretty similar to that. It would be the most modest, understated celebration, just because I'd be confused and not know what had actually happened. Oh, great delivery by Jordan Buckingham, who beats Lyndon James's outside edge off the last ball of his over. But fortunately for me, I am still playing, so there is still a chance. Slim as it stands, but there is a chance.
Yeah, I was just that conversation makes me realise that I'm probably never going to score 100. I'll go to my grave. Sad, isn't it?
I mean, you could change it. You could start playing again, Sam. I can get you a couple of games.
I was just trying to find the time when when you're working in cricket.
Well, I mean,
Saturdays and Sundays are the days, and then I'm definitely never going to score 100 in a T20 match.
Oh, never say never.
If you've ever seen me play.
Tom Taylor to Joe Clark. And Clark looking to use that deep third area of the ground that's been quite productive for him in those 39 runs that he's scored so far today.
But there are some pretty good players who've never scored 100. Shane Warne, famously, pretty decent late order bat, never scored 100 in Test cricket.
Famously, the famous 99, wasn't it, I think? And nicely bowled by Tom Taylor. Buckingham and Taylor have backed up Jack White pretty nicely so far today, haven't they? With the exception of Buckingham's opening over, he's come back into this game and really nicely and been able to build a bit of pressure back on the Notts batters, which so far, for the most part, has been absorbed brilliantly by Joe Clark.
Yeah, Joe Clark has batted well, the kind of innings that his side required. And he'll be very hopeful that he can convert this start as the ball gets older and older. Come back tomorrow if he's still there at the end of today and convert this into his first proper score of the summer. He has got that 150.
Defended straight. Very, very slight trigger movement, Joe Clark, if you watch him. Just a minute shuffle across the crease, which brings him into line. But it's so minuscule if you have a watch.
I think you're right. Tom Taylor has been pretty good for Northants. He's obviously got those 2 wickets in the same over, but he's stuck to his plans. He's given very little away. 8.5 overs, 2 for 23.
Again, Joe Clark looking for that third man area.
Maiden for Tom Taylor, the third of his 9 overs. I think the only complaint you could have had about Jordan Buckingham is perhaps he's bowled a little wide. Allowed maybe the Nottinghamshire batsman to leave a few too many.
It's quite well. I find this quite interesting, Sam, and I will share it as we watch this Jordan Buckingham over, as that shapes nicely back in towards Lyndon James. In the 65.1 overs that Notts bowled to Northamptonshire, I don't know about you, but it felt there were moments of real pressure being built on the Northamptonshire batters. Would that be a fair assessment to say?
Well, yeah, I think that's reflected in the scorecard.
So you look through, and in 65.5 overs, there were 5, 8, 11, 12 maidens bowled by the Nottinghamshire bowlers in total. And that's very full, and it brought the drive and the drop catch from Gareth Berg at third slip, a life for Lyndon James. Dropped on 1. Jordan Buckingham inviting the drive. Lyndon James obliged. It's gone very quick.
Yeah, that really has gone quickly.
To Gareth Berg, and that one has gone down.
But it's a chance.
A sharp chance.
It is a chance nonetheless. It did fly off the bat.
Defended this time. flown through. Actually, I think that's Tom Taylor at third slip, isn't it? Rather than Gareth Berg. I think Gareth Berg's at fourth.
Yeah, you're right.
If my eyes don't deceive me. But anyway, going back to this maiden conversation, in the 42 overs that we've had from the Northamptonshire bowlers, and the score 148 for 4, would it be fair to say that it hasn't given the impression that the pressure has been built in the same way from the Northamptonshire bowlers to the Notts batters?
Yeah, I know what you're going to say. In that we've had,
13 maidens from Northamptonshire in 20 less overs, 6 of those from Jack White. But it feels though the Notts batters have certainly dealt with that pressure in a very different and a much more successful manner so far.
But also, if you look at the boundary count, 23 boundaries in Nottinghamshire's innings versus just 14 in Northamptonshire. So it's probably the quantity of bad balls or boundary balls which has released the pressure, whereas it was slim pickings for
another cracking delivery from...
Just when he brings it a little bit tighter into off stump.
Yeah.
You saw with the edge and then with that ball there.
Absolutely.
Bowling.
Yeah, how expensive might that chance end up being? Been a game, hasn't it, so far, of missed opportunities, missed chances.
Well, we've seen it all summer, actually. It is not an easy ground to catch at. And we've seen keepers struggle, and we've seen slips struggle. Ball does tend to do a bit after it takes the edge, but that I think came so quickly at Tom Taylor, and it was rising, So he had to try and take it almost behind himself by the shoulder.
No ball this time. No, it was an incredibly sharp chance. One of which at the highest level you would expect to be taken.
Well, and you just can't afford not to take them when you've only got 158 on the board. Just 7 runs, the difference between the two sides now, 151 for 4. Again, that's good from Taylor, just forcing James to play with his off stump under threat. This and 5 overs left in the day's play as the clock creeps towards 7 o'clock on a Friday night in Northampton. 151 for 4, Nottinghamshire trailing by 7. Good again from Taylor. I tell you who else needs being defrosted in John Sadler's dressing room facilities is umpire Richard Illingworth, who is snooded and gloved at square leg.
He does look like he's dressed for an expedition to go see Santa Claus, doesn't he?
He's got his light enhancing sunglasses as well. Oh. How do you see this? Where do you see this game going from here, Dan? I suppose there's 2 ways of looking at it. Is Northants keep chipping away and maybe Notts get 60, 70, 80 run lead, which is probably best case scenario for Northants. The other way is it takes one big partnership and suddenly Nottinghamshire start to look a little bit out of sight in a game which is going to, you don't imagine it's going to bring huge quantities of runs overall.
No, I think I said this morning, didn't I? It felt like after we lost that time yesterday, and after we kind of established the fact we would be making up about 16 overs over the course of the 3 remaining days, it felt like the kind of game that you needed the team to bat pretty badly in order to manufacture or create an opportunity to get a positive result here. And unfortunately for Northamptonshire, they were the team to do that this morning, which has given Nottinghamshire certainly the position.
Oh, Jaffa from Tom Taylor. Nips back at Lyndon James and beats him on the inside.
Yeah, as I say, it certainly puts Nottinghamshire in the position of power at the moment, doesn't it? 151 for 4. Well, they 7 runs behind what Northamptonshire managed to put together. But equally, with the exception of Joe Clark, it has always kind of felt that the Northamptonshire bowlers are well in this game. So you get a funny 5, 10, 15 minutes and pick up 3 wickets for not very many.
Oh, and thick outside edge runs down to the 3rd boundary for 4, just to relieve the pressure a little bit.
And
on Lyndon James.
You end up with 2 scores that are relatively comparable, and you almost start again from 0, don't you, in the second innings? And who wins on a second innings shootout at that point?
Yes, going back to that point we made earlier, that if we'd have seen one little mini partnership of even 30 or 40 in that collapse of 7 for 17,
yeah,
then things could be very different. But they were relentless, particularly Brett Hutton with his 3rd fife over the season, and he's been irresistible all summer.
But positively, from a Northamptonshire perspective, you put some pressure on, as I say, and you bowl Nottinghamshire out for not too many more than what we managed to score ourselves. And you do get that second innings straight shootout. At the point that both teams have to bat again, it does obviously become a lot more challenging to create a positive result either way. To pick up 20 wickets inside 2 days obviously is a lot harder than picking up 10, isn't it? I don't see this as the type of pitch that Nottinghamshire are going to get a lead of 200, 300 or something like that. These 2 guys are going to have to bat very well and bat for a long time.
Lent on by Joe Clark, pushing him out into the cover region. It's Saif Zabe who does the fielding, running from his position in the ring out into the...
And it still feels like there's plenty on offer to the bowlers as well. With the chances that have been created, the movement that's still available.
I think the pitch is a good one. Good balance between bat and ball. It's been the overheads. And the relentless nature of Nottinghamshire's seam attack, which is probably the difference at the size. And actually, credit to Nottinghamshire's batters. That partnership between Montgomery and James just showed that you had to hang on in there. That's something Northants weren't able to do during that devastating spell of cricket before the lunch interval. And that's once again the outside edge beaten. I still think it's perhaps a little wide of off stump where the batter can play inside the line.
Yeah.
We've seen the ball beat the outside edge countless occasions, but yet to take an edge, and I think that's because as a batter you know you can just cover that off stump.
Definitely. It looks as dark as what it has done out there so far today as well. You look at Rob Keogh as there's the example there at mid-off, and you see the shadows casting off in all directions. But I really hope that we get these last 4 overs in today and we don't go off early. I think we are one of 2 games that are still left playing today, Sam. Stumps all the way through in Division 2. Bad light at Birmingham, stumps at the Oval, stumps at Canterbury, and it's ourselves and Lancashire, Somerset up at Old Trafford that are 2 remaining games in the county championship. So done remarkably well to stay out here for the length of time that we have.
Yeah, we've lost plenty of time, so we need to make it up. Do you want to give us a final whip round the scores elsewhere in the championship?
The run around. Would you like some details or would you like some highlights? Just some pure highlights.
No, let's here's some notable performances. Let's do them justice.
Okay, well, bear with me then. We've got Warwickshire, Essex, as I say, at Edgbaston, currently delayed for bad light, which I suspect probably should be changed to stumps at this time of the evening anyway. Essex trail by 30. They are 86 for 4 in their second innings. Warwickshire made 242 in their first. Runs for Will Rhodes, 45 for Sam Hain, and
actually we are going off for bad light here at Wantage Road. The umpires, as if they had been listening in to Dan's prayers that we'd get these final 4 overs in, but the light has been, I was going to say, offered by the umpires. That doesn't happen anymore. The umpires have decided that the light is no longer fit for play. So you would imagine, with the deficit 1 run between Nottinghamshire and Northamptonshire in the first innings, that will probably be stumps for the day. There is a conversation going on between Tom Taylor and Sam Whiteman, as well as the 2 umpires, Richard Illingworth and Neil Pratt. I think they're saying this isn't any worse than it was earlier, but the decision's been made.
Yeah, well, good news for Notts and for Joe Clark, who's batted brilliantly today for 41 off 99, and Lyndon James, who get to walk off and, as you say, will almost certainly be stumps for the day. I'd be very surprised, Sam, if they come back out. But I think, yeah, pretty disappointing for Northamptonshire to walk off with 4 overs left in the day and in conditions that the umpires have deemed too dark. And I think
there was
the umpires have just given the universal signal of that's it for us today.
We're done for the day, yeah.
But 4 overs in some conditions where the ball's just started to do a little bit more, and you kind of think, it's a shame. It's a shame we couldn't have stayed out there for those 24 balls, because who knows what we might have been able to have done with Buckingham and maybe White and Taylor if they would have. Those floodlights went off quick then, didn't they?
So I think you can't really fault the Northamptonshire bowling effort. They've stuck at it, but there's no getting away from the fact that losing 7 for 17 and 8 for 45, having been 113 for 2 earlier in the day, is why Northamptonshire are behind in this game. They are 1 run ahead on the first innings. Nottinghamshire 157 for 4. Joe Clark unbeaten on 41 from 99 deliveries. Lyndon James watchful for his 7 off 24. They'll return in the morning. We should have another 104 days, 104 overs, weather permitting, on day 3. But for now, for all of those of you playing club cricket tomorrow, good luck. For those of you that aren't, we'd be very happy to have your company here on the Northamptonshire live stream powered by Daft Bet. But from me, Sam Keir, and from Dan Jadzovics, thank you indeed for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.